Dungeons. Dragons. The synergy between the two. Hi everyone, I'm Cameron Holt.
Synergy.
Welcome, weary travelers, to another exciting episode of Arcanarama. I'm Cameron Holt. I will be your dungeon master for the evening. I also make art and dice and YouTube content over at youtube.com/fantasyforgeart. But here I'm the dungeon master. I'm joined as always by the illustrious Arcana crew. Tell us your favorite animal, Arcana crew.
The tigers.
I like the ones that eat apples.
Okay. Thanks. Before we hop into tonight's episode, we've got a couple of announcements to get through, so I'm going to throw it over to Tay-Tay's Crazy Corner to tell us about our sponsors this evening. Take it away, Tay-Tay.
Welcome to Tay-Tay's Crazy Corner. Let me talk to you about sponsors. What are they? Where do they come from? Tonight, we're going to cover that and more. Our first subject for the evening is Carbach Brewing. They're in Fort Worth. You can go get them. Or don't. Because they're, I don't think they have a slogan. Is it make beer fun or something? I don't know.
Sure. It is now.
Make beer fun. And our next sponsor is slightly more important, and they are Armadillo Ale Works. They provide good sodies, good beers, good times, good building, good door, good window.
How's their synergy?
It's a good building.
It's good.
Good treats.
Okay.
It's fine. Their workers seem happy, and I like to refer to people as workers.
Definitely boosts morale.
Which boosts synergy.
And you should check them out. Actually, when I'm done with all of this, you should go to all of our sponsors' Facebook pages and tell them that Arcanarama sent you. I dare you.
Yeah, ask them how they're making beer fun.
Yeah, how do beer fun? Ask them what their slogans are for me. I don't have the internet anymore. And our last sponsor of the evening
Well, we had to take it away because he kept looking up how to make beer fun.
is More Fun Comics and Games. Guess what? It's a comic store, and it's more fun than yours. Look what they got.
Look what?
It's these. You're gonna win them. They gave them to us so you could have them.
You gotta hold the
Doesn't
other
that make
one,
them
too.
great? There's a third one. I think if you go to our social media, you can get a photo of it, or you can look
Right here.
down there. There's two of the oxidation beasts, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you can fight them.
Oxidation beasts.
Or join
Is that what I
them.
said?
That's what they're called,
Oh, cool.
for legal reasons.
What are they really called?
I think they are meant to interpret rust monsters.
Yeah, that's good.
That's actually
That's safe.
not as good.
Oh.
Rust Monster.
Oxidation beast.
Oh no, yeah. Well,
They'll eat your weapons and
Just
stuff.
fun.
But yeah,
whatever.
check out our sponsors, and if you like the show, you could help us out a bunch by telling our sponsors that we made you aware of them.
Thanks, Taylor.
Yeah. I was supposed to get to the bottom of what sponsors are, but it just brought up more questions than answers.
We'll have more on that next week as we dig deeper. Kitty, I think you have some updates, or actually just some information about merchandise that does stuff. So
Yeah,
for us, so
I do.
do that.
I have information about merchandise right over here. So you can go to our About section and find the little merch tab, and that will take you to where you can find our shirts. Or you can go to pintservices.com/Arcanarama and find our shirts. We have the full logo shirts as well as the shirts that just have the spindle dice. You can go in and pick your size. There are a few different color options, and you just check out there and they'll send it to you. We do have our stickers in finally, but we don't have a way to, we don't have a store set up yet online. But if you just can't wait and you need these stickers, you can join our Discord or go to our social medias and send us a message that you need one of these stickers. Get in touch with us and we can work out a way to get them sent to you ahead of time.
Yeah.
And that's merchandise.
Yeah, and I think the best way to do that is probably going to be through Discord. How do people join Discord, Sam?
Wow, okay.
Wow.
So that About section. There's a link there.
She think.
And in that About section, in that link, to Discord. You can join it and say hi to everybody. They'll say hi to you.
Yeah, we'll all wave.
We'll all say hi. And then, if you wanted stickers, you could tell us that you want stickers, or if you like make fan art, you could post it there, or if you just like D&D and our show, then you could talk about it with all of our other friends who are in there who talk about it with us. Mm-hmm. We'll cheer you up when you're sad. We do lots of stuff in Discord.
Yeah,
and they get to know about stuff before everybody else. So, the About section. That's an option. We also have other social medias that you could check out. They're in the About section, or you can just go look us up on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram as Arcanarama Show, or you can go to TikTok. The things that happen. You could go to TikTok, where usually Cameron posts cool stuff that he's working on, or that's going to be giveaways, or that's like fun clips from episodes. And that's just Arcanarama because we got in early.
Could you make that noise one more time with you?
It's from my shirt. I look cool.
So many flaps today.
I
Yeah.
hit myself in the face. So you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Arcanarama Show, or TikTok at Arcanarama, or you can go to the About section, join our Discord, and hang out with us. We love you.
Go to sleep.
Don't go to sleep. Stay awake because we've got two giveaways this
tell you a
evening.
bedtime story.
Yeah. So in addition to our more fun giveaway, which we will be announcing immediately after we take our break, and we will let you know how to enter for that right before the break, at the end of the stream, we will be announcing the winner of our second giveaway this evening, the Fantasy Forge dice giveaway. Some dice handmade by me. These are the only dice from Fantasy Forge like this in existence currently. I have only made one set with these new molds that have these fun shapes, as I'm sure you can see below me right now. These are the Sea Legs dice. They've got gold lettering. They've got numbering, I guess. They've got a blue Petri effect that looks like the ocean. And they've got fun new shapes that are unlike most other dice that you've probably ever had, if most of the dice that you buy are from Chessex.
I don't even have any yet, and he claims to love me. So.
It's true. Both of those things are true.
I don't even have any, and he's never claimed to love me.
Oh, he loves you.
Yeah. So stay tuned. Stay tuned until after the break to see how you can enter to win the Fantasy Forge dice from this week's giveaway. Unless I'm forgetting anything, I think it's time to grab a drink and quest into tonight's episode of Arcanarama. Previously on Arcanarama, our intrepid heroes faced a challenging battle on the Scarlet Coast of Mystanor against me, Astroloth Vindalor, and my Silver Stake militia. When things began to look dour, I made a tactical and in no way cowardly retreat from the fray, leaving the intrepid heroes to breathe another day. They won't be so lucky next time. After narrowly escaping death at my hands, the heroes were accompanied by Captain Roscoe Sampson of the Windsplitters to Lúgrív, a city founded by Canids and Tabaxi working cooperatively. There, the parties learned a bit more about the Apostate, their blasphemous new party member, Aurora. In addition, they took on a quest to find a missing shopkeeper named Emir Flosham, and a quest to find a missing prizefighter named Baldric Brimstone, and another quest to defeat a behemoth frog monster in the wilds, before retiring to Bloodbinders, a library, to sleep for the night, for whatever reason. Will the newly named Mistwalkers fulfill all of the promises that they've made? Is this the last they've seen of the Silver Stake? Will Cholula discover the secret of her family's demise? Find out right now on Arcanarama. Welcome back. We pick up right where we left off, as you all enter Bloodbinders, the library of Lúgrív, where you've all elected to sleep for the night. Aurora unlocks the front entrance with her key, and you are all greeted by the wafting scent of parchment and inks. Arcane candles levitate at different heights throughout the library, giving off low, warm luminescence. Aurora, you know that the candles burn brighter during the daytime, but fall to this low light in the evening so that you still have some lighting to do your translation by. Moving forward into the main area of the library, you reach an open circular area where pillars of bookshelves support 3 floors of shelves and books, with a massive mural looking down on you that depicts a map of Mystanor beautifully painted, being encircled by 2 great dragons, one red and one black. The space is quiet, and at the moment, other than you, devoid of life. What would you all like to do?
Okay, I want to see if I can find any kind of like histories of Kalima specifically, or like records regarding past events.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if there would be like newspaper type clippings or anything like that,
Yeah,
but
make an investigation check. Does anybody else want to do any perusing?
I was going to look into Fae, and it's, seeing if the documentation here is different than in Waterdeep.
Okay, make an investigation check as well.
that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I think I'd like to try and find some books on how the magic works in these areas we're going, like why it's different and what to expect.
Okay, you can make an investigation check as well. Silence?
7.
7?
Yeah.
You don't come across anything about the Fae, but you do come across a nice little storybook called The Intrepid Adventurer that appears to be a children's book about a small, fluffy white canid named Pompo, who longed to be an adventurer, but couldn't find an adventuring party to let her join because she was too small and scared of everything. But the other adventurers were all captured by an evil villain, a wizard, but he didn't take Pompo because she didn't pose a threat. But Pompo, though afraid, summons her courage and takes the villain by surprise, saving all of her friends and earning their respect as an adventurer and a hero.
I read all of this very seriously.
Mm-hmm. What did
I
you
rolled an 18.
An 18. All right.
Yeah, dude.
Looking through, you're trying to find any information on why the magic here is wild.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that means
Mhm.
and what to do. I'm trying to formulate a plan here if I'm going to be in this area and can only do that.
Okay. There are tons of tomes on this specific happening. And pouring through them, you get the general idea that there's not really an explanation. The most popular theory is one that I think we've talked about before on the show, which is that this is just where magic comes into Kavora. This is where magic enters the world from the weave, and as such, it is most concentrated and least containable here. Cholula. On a dirty 20 investigation, you come across a section of the library that is these kind of bound books that just have not even dates, but the bindings just have kind of loose writing on them. And opening up and kind of thumbing through, you see that these appear to be collections of clippings from the Lúgrív Herald, which is a newspaper that is commonly released every day in Lúgrív and updates the townsfolk on the goings-on in Mystanor and Lúgrív and the surrounding areas. The first one that you come across is entitled Cult of Science, with a question mark. This is a clipping from the Lúgrív Herald from 70 years ago that appears to be the first recorded instance that you know of the name the Silver Stake. It tells of a new group pandering to Grimdalian loyalists about the dangers of otherworldly creatures, aberrations, undead, fae, and many more. They flooded the streets of the cities along the southern and eastern coasts of Mystanor, those that border with Grimdall, preaching the dangers of magical beings and the safeties and security brought by putting your faith in science and industry. And there's just kind of a lot of clippings on various incidents of rallies and various sit-ins and public
Demonstrations?
yes, thank you. Relating to the Silver Stake. You also find another interesting clipping titled Disappearances Continue. Small and easily overlooked, but it catches your eye, and it reads as follows. Second Raven's Day of Elysis. Disappearances continue in the region of Kalima, the latest stretching to the village of Corkithmith, southeast of Kalima along the coast. Hugo and Melisande Duvet, along with their 15 children and Hugo's live-in brother Harvey and his wife Blanche, disappeared without a trace of evidence as to their whereabouts. Investigation of the Duvet family home at number 6 Covea Trail shows that the family disappeared late at night on the second Nereday of Elysis, roughly 3 days before the family was reported missing by Professor Tippend Virgalor, Professor Melisande's colleague at Wiltbloom College of Magic in Kalima.
Oh, fuck. What was the mom's name again?
Melisande. Melisende. Hugo and Melisande and their 14 children.
Cholula says, oh fuck, out loud, and kind of like just holds up this paper. I don't know how close by anybody is, but I'll just try to run and find whoever's nearest.
I'm in the kids section. Is that close?
I'm probably
I would
nearby
say-
because I was looking up
well,
that
what is
region.
Aurora up to?
Honestly, as soon as we got there, I probably was prepping bedding for the night, so I can get my spell slots back. I'm tired. I am for sure tired.
Okay.
Especially after a fight. I have not fought often.
Yeah, I would say that you see Aurora is laying out a bedroll and preparing, and like very much what you would use to camp in the wild, just kind of like setting up a little campsite in the library. The closest person would probably be Alma,
Okay.
looking in the section of Mysteries of the Magic of Mystanor.
Okay, Cholula runs up to you, just kind of like,
Okay. So, missing doesn't mean dead. That's good. That's good. My whole family went missing for a while, and they're mostly back. So maybe we can find them, right?
And just for the sake of you
Did
guys,
I say something strange?
and to throw people even more reason to go to our Discord, I will post the text of this newspaper clipping in our
tight.
Watching the Show Live Discord channel. But please feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I do that.
Okay.
So, okay, you were told that they were slaughtered, right? But apparently they weren't. So that's good news. They're just somewhere, probably. Are you okay? Do you need a paper bag?
She kind of throws up in her mouth a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's not ideal.
Do I see her almost throwing up?
Make a perception check. Sorry, watching Arcanarama Live is the channel that I'll post this in.
We'll do this.
No, you said the other one.
Yeah, that one doesn't exist. It's this one. Boom. There it is. If you guys want to refer back to that for any names or such.
Did you say perception or
Perception, yes.
4?
4? You don't notice this, no. You're so tired.
I'm so tired.
It was a big day.
So much fighting, and then like I had to bring all these people back here. I'm tired.
To be fair, it's been a big day for all of you. The rest of you crash landed on a dragon this morning and haven't slept since then.
Okay, do you want me to get everybody else? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna scurry around until I find everybody.
Yeah, easy enough. Aurora is nearby,
Okay.
and you find Silas in the children's books.
Why are you...
It's a good story. I'm sorry. You needed something.
Yeah, I think maybe Cholula needs some help. I'm really bad at this.
Oh, right.
I'm just gonna drag him. Just you do the dad thing. I don't know. Help.
Okay. I'll just do that then.
Is she okay? Is it, like, bloody like hell? Or...
Yeah, that'd be good to know.
No,
What are we walking
psychological
into?
help?
Shit.
I'm not good at that.
Cholula,
Guys, come on.
you have a piece of paper in front of you. That's good.
Read it.
Read it.
Can you,
You
like,
can read, right?
You saw me reading a book.
A picture book.
Linda.
It's a picture book.
This is not the time to ask.
It had some words in it.
What I am reading. Oh, shit, is that your last name? Mm-hmm. And an address?
And a Tippend professor that reported. I wonder if he's still around.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting bits and pieces. What if we just...
Okay, so I was taken away from my family at a very young age, and I lived with some people who lied to me and said my family was from somewhere else. I was under the understanding that they had all been slaughtered.
But not slaughtered? Maybe?
Just
Well-
missing?
Missing?
Yeah, people...
Does it look like...
Without a trace.
does it look like
16
the reports
people.
from our situation in Mystanor? Or Mystanor, Jesus. Hi. In Waterdeep?
In Waterdeep, I don't think you ever saw any.
I thought somebody had brought up
I think you
some
asked,
documentation.
You talked to Detective Felspeth Etchplane
Yeah.
about it, about her recount of that night, and same with Mert the Merciless. You asked him.
Does it resemble any of those accounts? Kind of investigation?
I
fruitless?
mean, yeah, in the fact that it was disappearance without a trace, and investigation doesn't seem to have found any other traces. It's just suddenly there were 17 people living in a building, and then they were gone. But all of their things were left behind.
Can I see the address?
Number 6, Corvean Trail.
Ringing any bells? Heard of it?
Oh, for you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Make a history check. With disadvantage.
Seek. $13.
13. Covea Trail doesn't ring a bell, but you have heard of Corcathmith, which is... you speak Elven and Sylvan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Directly translates to City of Black Cats. This is a small village on the outskirts of Colima that you know to be mostly populated by shifters.
Oh. You are. Cat. Black Cat. City of Black Cat. It's a whole town of shifters.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I guess you would know that since you got taken as a baby, but yeah, everyone there is a shifter, I think, or at least it was founded by shifters. I don't think they're really exclusive about who can come in and go, but yeah. I don't know if they're all black or if it was just a name they picked up, but might be a good place to start.
We could at least ask some people if they have any accounts.
Yes, I'd
of
like
that
to
night.
find this Professor Tippend Vergalore.
Where is this in relation to where we're going? Do you know?
It's right outside Cholula.
It says
So-
southwest.
We're gonna be passing it, or at least pretty close.
Couldn't hurt making a stop. It's exciting, though, right?
I mean,
You
It
seem,
opens
you seem
up-
troubled.
a whole can of worms. It's a good saying. I was sort of under the impression that maybe I can find out who murdered my family and get them back, or find out if someone else already had. But now there's the whole notion that everyone might be alive somewhere else. I mean, I was put on a boat and taken to Waterdeep, but where was everyone else?
Right, but you have a lead. From spending, 2 hours in a library?
Have you not prepped for a big family gathering before? I mean, that's kind of worse. Unexpected family is worse than planned family. At least you know what you're getting.
Right.
I wouldn't want to storm into a room with my family.
If I had known, I could have been trying to find them all this time. I was just...
Yes.
I mean, I don't think they'll hold it against you if you're a little late.
Do you remember your parents being nice?
Yes, I was only 2 years old, so I only have a few memories, but I remember sitting outside at a table with my mother and the twins eating strawberries. I remember sitting in my daddy's lap at the table, and he and my mama laughing at something. She was cooking something. It smelled real spicy.
You wouldn't remember if you were on hard times, though, would you?
I don't remember anyone being particularly worried or angry about anything. It was, so many people, there was always talking, except for once.
Yes.
Nobody was talking.
I only ask because, the circumstances surrounding the disappearance are strange. At least similar to things we've run into before.
Yes.
But we also know that it didn't have to be them who were on hard times. It could have been anybody
Well, the
just
thing that
making a trade.
the thing that they wanted the most.
We also know that that's not necessarily what's being traded all the time.
Hey, sorry. We said, it sounds familiar. Not very familiar. Are we trading kids in Waterdeep? Or are you just, handing them out? Is it, free kids?
I think we've discussed the disappearances surrounding the families in Waterdeep, maybe?
The mists.
Just the miss, but...
Yes.
Is there, a trade that's
Our
happening?
friend that we had talked about who had lost, not really lost, but had a child taken from them, but not really taken.
By the fey creature.
Oh,
But
yeah.
then
They
before
do that
that-
all the time.
My family, of course. But, I don't know. It seems similar to me. This is exciting news, but keep in mind that, leads don't always take you where you want them to go.
Yes, I don't want to get my hopes up,
So many words.
but at least I've got a name of someone that I know, at least noticed that they were gone. That we were gone.
Right.
So for now, we should probably get some rest and in the morning start heading that way.
Yes.
Are we taking watches?
I'd like to.
Is anyone going
I
to...
can take first.
Okay.
Well, they are ironing out who is going first. You guys can just sort of see Aurora already, over at her bed, just sort of, fluffing things up, half a blanket in as she is, sliding in already. I am not going first.
Okay.
Good night. Oh, hey, just be careful with, because, they're not mine, so, be nice to books. If you can't put it back where you found it, just leave it over there on that table and I can put it back. If you put it back wrong, we won't find it ever again. There are too many. Happy hunting, guys. Don't set it on fire.
Sure. Okay.
Well, hey, listen. All I'm saying is I've met you guys for like, what, half a second? What if you do set it on fire?
This would be a
That
weird
would
way
be
to go
a
about
great
it.
disadvantage
Right,
to
yes,
us.
Okay. I'm going to sleep.
The books.
We promise to wake you if something catches fire.
Oh, thank God.
But we'll try not to let it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Like, can we have like a list of prayer, like a call list of who goes first of fire? That way I'm not the first woken up.
Okay.
I usually go last because of my afflictions lately.
No, I mean like
It's kind of discussed.
there's a fire. Don't wake me first. Wake like
Oh,
Cholula
if there is a fire. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. I just want to nap for like a really long time. I would like to get as many abilities to do spells back as possible.
Sure, yes. We will,
Okay. Yeah. How about you go last, third,
Sure,
Cholula
yes.
second.
Hi.
I am going to light a candle. Something I kind of
Oh yeah.
need to sleep. Okay, it's a small fire. I just wanted to mention it.
Night, guys.
Good night.
And you all lay
I'm
down.
gonna go sit alone with my thoughts for a while.
Yeah. So first, make a perception check. As the rest of you find your sleep.
Oh, that is a natural one.
Uh,
Hang
so.
on, let me go ahead and roll my thing.
Oh yeah. From your dark gift.
You know you can like.
I can do what? You bookmark this page for me.
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that's a good one.
If it's not a 4, it's probably not a good one.
It is
And that's
not
your
a four.
favorites.
Great, you're amazing.
you don't
Thank
have
you
to-
so much. Okay, good news is I have disadvantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. I probably won't be doing any of those, I hope.
Is there a time? Along that time?
The next one that
Oh
you
god.
make.
Oh boy.
Is
No,
the specification?
Just forever? It doesn't.
Until you make one.
Try to look or something.
So just don't.
So,
You know, just
You
don't.
say-
Just don't play the game anymore. Quit.
yeah, Alma becomes a librarian.
Oh, good.
Alma, you say you're going to go sit alone with your thoughts.
I do want to be near the party, though,
Oh, for sure.
to be clear.
For sure. And you fully have that intention. And what is that? What's going through Alma's mind as she's sitting in the silence in this massive library, probably looking up at this painting of the two dragons, which you notice now, after taking some time and having nothing really else to look at, that the two dragons in the painting are kind of slowly circling the continent.
That's upsetting. Okay, well, for one, it's kind of spooky in here when everybody's asleep and silent.
Mhm.
2, she feels really, really bad for Cholula because she can relate. And 3, she's very concerned that Aurora dislikes them. She's nervous about Aurora. And she's terrified for this journey to come.
Okay. And as you're sitting and having these thoughts, mulling them over, looking up at this slowly animated painting, you hear the familiar whispers all around you, as you always do, just kind of.
This is worse than birthdays.
Oh my gosh. Please, no.
Many more. You hear this cacophony of whispers, and as you do, every couple of minutes, just out of the corner of your eye, it's like a silhouette will pass behind or between two bookcases, and by the time you look, it's already gone. Just every couple of minutes, something like that happens, and the whispers continue. Slowly, slowly building. You're not sure if it's just because you're sitting in silence or what it is. But your watch eventually comes to an end. If all 4 of you are taking watch, which I think you said you were, I think it should only be about 2 hours each.
Okay.
So after 2 hours, you find your rest and you wake up whoever is second.
May I ask, is this still happening as I'm going to bed?
Yeah, it never stops.
Oh, great.
You know this.
I'm gonna go ahead and shake Cholula. Hey, sorry. You're up.
I wasn't sleeping too well anyway.
This will be perception.
Okay. 19.
19. Keeping an eye out. It's very clear that you're pretty much the only ones here. After about 30 minutes into your watch, you do hear just a light, almost like tapping sound. And as you kind of quickly stand and turn around the corner of this aisle of bookcases to look and see where the sound is coming from, you see a small, fluffy orange cat with big green eyes. And it kind of looks up at you and just like walks over and rubs against your leg.
I keep it.
You pick it up.
Kill it.
It allows you to pick it up.
Okay, this is my friend now. Yeah.
Okay. What's going through Cholula's mind with this new information as she's sitting here now in silence for 2 hours with a new friend, albeit?
Her brain is going like 100 miles a minute. Just like all of the... She never considered that they wouldn't have died. Like, she was, okay, yeah, maybe I'm not from where Leroy and Priscilla told me that I was from. That makes sense. They're not, like, super honest. But she always just kind of thought her family being slaughtered part was true because she remembers all of these people, all of her brothers and sisters, her aunt and uncle, her parents. And then why would she get taken and no one come to find her if they weren't dead? So she's just thinking of all of the different branches of what could have possibly happened to them if they're together or if they've all been separated as well, if they all have been separated and think that everyone else is dead, until there's a little baby cat. And then she's like, thank God there's just a baby cat here and it's just me and this cat and we're fine and everything's cool and it's soft.
Yeah, and eventually your watch comes to an end.
Yeah.
Nothing terrifying takes place throughout.
Okay, I'm bringing the cat with me and going to bed. I'll wake up Aurora.
I will honestly be kind of upset that there's a cat. Because all of my nights in this library, I've not seen a cat.
You have seen this cat here. This cat is known to the library. It's referred to by the librarians as Scrap. That's what they call him. And he's known to just kind of peruse the bookshelves and the aisles of the library. Mostly keeps to himself.
Sure. Okay. I am less mad. Oh, hey. You found Scrap. He chose you. He's never chosen me. I think I moved too much. No, it's fine. It's okay. He's very sweet.
With a name, so I'm glad I hadn't decided yet.
Honestly, we just all call him Scrap, and I bet he'll come to anything. Well, I guess you can go lay down. It's my turn now.
Good luck. Wake me up if something's on fire.
Got it.
Go ahead and make your perception
First
check.
string fire squad.
16. Yeah, it's another quiet night in the library. You've spent many of them sleeplessly, just plunging into tome after tome and getting new information. Most of it's in one ear, out the other, but some of it sticks, and you learn a lot of interesting things. This time it's a lot more boring, though, because you're not really learning anything.
Yeah.
You're just kind of, unless you choose to, you're just kind of chilling. But I will say, you can do whatever you want.
Can I take a gentle peek at that book Silas found?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like flying around, but if it's close to him, may I sneak?
It's very close to him.
May I
He's
sneak
holding it.
on the approach and try and see if I can see it?
The book about
Yeah.
Popo?
Do you have it like...
Pompo.
Pompo.
It's on the ground next to me, facing kind of the side where the candle is, so I can use the candle to read it.
Perfect. Make a quick sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Just to kind of slide the book out from under his hand.
16.
16? Yeah, easy enough. You just slide it out. And you're holding a copy of The Trepid Adventurer.
Why is that adventure so trepid?
Because she's afraid of everything. But by the end, she's not so trepid.
She's intrepid.
The intrepid.
Do I see anything like weird about this book? Like, is it written by like someone weird? Is there any like?
Make an insight check.
Whoa.
That was quite a sound.
21.
21.
I look real hard.
You recall pretty quickly after getting a couple pages in, oh yeah, this is your handwriting. You must have translated this book. And reading through a bit, you recall it's kind of just a nice, kind of heartwarming story about a little girl who was afraid, but her situation, kind of the tug of destiny and fate, forced her to not be so afraid. But no ill intent behind the words or between the lines.
Okay.
Just a nice children's story.
Can I
Better than most.
very gently try to put it back as close to how it was
Yeah,
before touch?
Make another sleight of hand check.
10?
10. You gently, just fingers on either side of the hand, and lift and scoot the book in. He doesn't stir, but you notice that his palms are kind of clammy.
Gross.
Aurora says loudly.
Trying to be sneaky this whole time. Gross. Just echoes and
And before you know it, your 2 hours are coming to their end.
Hey, Silas. It's your turn now.
Okay.
Before Silas wakes up,
Oh.
could I have everyone leave the room?
I take it all back. I didn't say okay. I take it all back.
I knew.
Said it was okay.
We'll see. I don't want to come back. If I die, I don't want to come back.
Silas, you find yourself once again walking that stone road, and it looks familiar, again, from slightly different angle than you're used to, but this is definitely Waterdeep. You look down and you see the tattered clothing on your adolescent frame. And you turn to see the Temple of Celestian. Stepping out is the familiar Tabaxi priestess who looks down at you, but speaks with a different voice than you recall. Hello again. Figured I'd let you have, well, not the worst one this time. So how are things? She kind of kneels down to your level, almost sitting, but kind of like knees up and arms resting on them.
Could be better.
Could be worse.
Right. How are other people's dreams?
Fascinating. And exquisite. Delicious, really. So, have you thought about my proposal? Think you've got anything worth making a deal for these days?
I've been thinking about it, yeah. I think I'm pretty close to an answer at this point.
Are you?
Might take a little bit longer.
Right. Well, might I pry a bit?
Sure,
What answer do you
yes.
find yourself leaning towards?
You know, I'm still just kind of caught in the middle of a couple of options. I wouldn't want to waste your time giving you, so many things to work on.
Oh, don't worry, I can juggle many things.
I figured as much, but with other things that you have juggling now, other people's dreams and how delicious they are, I can't imagine you could afford a couple of little dreams from little old me.
So that's a no, then.
But like I said, I'm thinking about it, I was just trying to keep my options open. I've got other people trying to eat my dreams, so just trying to, weigh out which one will benefit me best.
Right. Well, every deal has its ups and downs, benefits and downsides. You didn't get the rawest end of the last deal, I hope you know.
Yeah,
There
I
are
didn't
many-
know it was a deal, though, did I? I mean,
You did when you
I guess
made
it was
it.
a good deal, yes.
There are many who would give anything to wake up with no knowledge of what hardships they've faced.
I wasn't one of them.
Clearly you were,
Oh,
at least when we first met.
yeah.
That man, that Silas, he was running from things.
Was. It's a good choice of words.
Perhaps I should give you something to run from. And the dream darkens. Yet again, you find yourself in that void of blackness. And it's strange. It's not... It's mundane. It's blank, but you're aware. It's not like when you close your eyes and wake up and it's like, did I sleep? It's aware of every breath, every beat of your heart, each pulse, where your wrists would be, in your neck. Just this painful awareness. Your maximum hit points are reduced by 7. And you are stirred from your sleep in a cold sweat. If everyone would like to come back to the room, I don't know if you guys can hear me. You find yourself looking up at Aurora, who's roused you from your sleep for final watch. We'll just wait for Aurora to return.
Yeah.
There she is.
I like breathed in to say something to Aurora.
You go and you stir Silas from his slumber, and he looks up at you. And Silas, it's like release. You feel that dull sense, like you know what just happened. But waking is respite, as unrested as you feel.
Yeah. Yes, what... Are you going back to sleep? For a bit?
That was the plan, unless you need...
No, just... I usually wake up anyone who's still asleep. Sometimes people stay.
You okay?
Yes.
Do you need
I'm fine.
water, or...
Oh, yeah, I'll find my way to it. Where is the restroom? If... mind my asking?
Down this hallway to the right.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Just a couple of hours, and we'll be on our way.
You look like you're lying.
Make an insight check. Make a deception check. make a deception check.
It wasn't a willful lose, but I missed. But it's just a 14. Flat.
9. Okay. Well,
I
It's
love
all-
it when you just know you can react.
Yeah.
right.
And I won't burn anything.
Yeah. Cholula said wake her if anything catches on fire. I second it. Well, seems pretty quiet. Your book looks nice. I'm gonna go back to bed. And I do not wait for responses. I am, after words are said, I am already in, head is snuggling.
Absolutely. Silas, that does compound on the others, but other than that, you do gain the benefits of a full rest as your final watch. You've pretty much got your full sleep and are awake now. What
I'm
is
trying to
Silas?
remember the others,
The others.
because D&D Beyond doesn't keep those.
Oh,
It was 11.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
It
11.
was 4 and... Yeah, it was 4 and 3. And then... There's 3 of them, right?
There were 2.
Okay.
You've only slept twice since this has been going on.
Okay. So it was a 7 and a 4
Mhm.
in this one. Okay.
Yeah,
D&D
this one
Beyond
was
just- I
this
have
one
to
was
do
7
it.
again. So
I essentially just have to take damage.
So yeah, subtract 18. I think you can do. I don't know. I'll figure that over the break. But yeah, for now, just keep in mind that there are.
Yeah.
What did we say? 14, 15, 18 hit points that you can't recover.
Jeez.
You feel like garbage. Everyone else is finishing their long rest. What is Silas feeling and doing during his 2-hour watch?
I think he's trying to take like a sink shower to some extent, and then attempts to do his morning workout stuff.
Yeah, and there is running water here. You can actually hear as you enter this privy, you can hear the water flowing, coming through kind of the toilet hole, and you get the sense that because of the way that this city is structured and is all kind of downhill, there appears to be some sort of underground sewage system that is just constant flowing water that probably leads out to the ocean from a natural source. So there's no need to flush. It's always flushing.
No, that's
I know you were curious.
no, that's exactly how my tired mind would think too. I
How
would just
the
like-
dogs find their way back home.
right? Yeah.
Listen, I have a big old Rottweiler and she's stupid.
Same.
So dumb.
Yeah, just try. I think he's trying to imagine sleeping again, and how bad that's going to be.
Make a perception check to keep your eyes out during your watch.
That's a natural 20.
Oh my! Please react to every natural 20 that way.
Maybe he gets through the workouts.
Natural
It's
20.
rather alert.
You exit the privy, and as you're making your way, kind of rounding a corner, still a decent ways away from the group, you smell something. You smell this kind of like coppery smell almost. And with a fucking natural 20 on your senses, you follow your nose and kind of round a corner, and looking down, you see a small orange fluffy cat lying on the ground, kind of crumpled.
What the fuck?
That looks like its neck has been broken. And it's odd and out of place.
I called that he was gonna kill it.
Is there anything around it outside of just a dead cat on the ground in the library that I'll never forget?
There's a small puddle of its blood, which is what you were smelling. But other than that, no. It is... Do you want to investigate the body?
No.
Okay.
Just standing right as, like, you just froze as you turned that corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you get this weird chill as you do.
How long has it been?
For your watch? Use the bathroom, probably did your workouts in that area so as not to wake up your party members.
I'm very loud.
That's a great question. So bathroom was probably like maybe 5 minutes. How long does your workout usually take?
It's about 30.
So it's been about 35 minutes.
Yeah, that was said before, I think.
Yeah. You still got like an hour and a half.
Shit. I'm gonna wake up Alma.
Okay. Alma, you are roused from your sleep. I will say, because the official guidelines state 6 to 8 hours for a long rest, you do have the effects of a full long rest.
I would have killed him.
We'll say it's your elven ancestry coming through for you in a pinch.
Thanks, elves. Losers.
Hey,
What's up?
sorry. I don't want to say it. So I'm just gonna show you. And I do want to say I didn't do it. But I think we both know who did. This is the best way I have thought to describe
get
this
up
to
now,
you.
let's go.
Right, yes.
Alma, in your mix of whispers, you hear this, among them, this low kind of grumble, like a growl almost.
Can I look for it? Does it have a direction?
I will say you don't even need to look. You instinctively recognize this to be the rumbling of your Hound of Ill Omen.
Do I take this as like a, hey, let me out?
I would say no. You take this
Okay.
as be alert.
Okay.
It's that same kind of emotion that you get in reality whenever you hear that a dog with that low kind of like.
Oh, like
Where it's
Ulrich's
just
like, oh, I don't like this?
Yeah, where you're just like, okay, what don't we like?
Where is it? Okay, yeah, I instantly go from just like, what, you weird man, to like, uh-oh, what's up? I'm up.
Just follow me and I'll tell you the story of my morning.
Okay.
And as you do, and as you follow, looking down, you see two cats. You see one lying on the ground with its neck snapped in a small puddle of blood. And then you just see the outline of another sitting near it. And you just hear this wispy, spectral that just kind of echoes around you before fading away.
Oh, another beautiful death scene with Sam.
Rather, before
It's pointing back.
it doesn't fade away so much as it just fades and blends with the rest of the whispers surrounding you.
Okay, I'm gonna trust that you didn't kill the cat.
I said I didn't.
I know you didn't.
I had another dream about them. And I feel like shit. And I don't think I'm getting any better.
Does he look like shit?
Yeah. He looks worse than he did yesterday.
seriously considering not sleeping, and I figured you'd be the only person that would understand.
Okay, you have to sleep. It gets worse if you don't.
I don't know. So there's a cat here. Aurora seemed hell-bent on not being woken up for anything short of a fire, and even then, not her first. I'm sure she knows what this cat is. We've only just met. I don't want her to think that we trick
kill
people.
cats?
Yeah, that we trick people into sleeping where they allow us, and then we kill whatever animals around. Like, that's...
Okay.
I'm not touching it. I'm going to throw that out there. I did want to ask. I realized on the walk over. Sorry, I'm very tired.
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
The cat?
Yes. Is this one of the? Is it immediacy that does it?
It's gone now.
Okay.
Listen, you asked.
I did. I know. I wanted a no. I guess.
She'll put it in you later.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with the cat.
Okay.
I would advise to start packing. And
Would you want your stuff packed as well?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I would ask Aurora if she knows anything about how to protect you in your dreams, because I don't, and I can't learn it. So we're gonna have to ask for help here, and don't mention the cat. We're just gonna not mention that we saw a cat. That's what we're gonna have to do here. I'm going to handle the cat, and I am going to pick up a dead cat with my hands. And I'm going to prestidigitate the blood away.
Yeah, easy
And
enough.
I'm going to try and sneak this dead cat body outside where I can bury it, because I'm a good daughter.
Yeah, what's your passive investigation?
14. I'm afraid of you.
14.
It's higher than that. She's lying.
Picking it up, the blood has already begun to congeal, and it's cold.
Okay.
This doesn't seem like a recent occurrence.
Okay. I have a question.
What's up?
Normally when I see ghosts, I've seen very few dead bodies. I, like, just out and about.
Except that one time when you saw a bunch of them all at once in the yawning portal.
Yeah. Okay. When they're...
Remember that time?
Remember when you're not directly involved in their massacre?
Remember when you made a bunch of ghosts?
When I do happen to see a ghost, or collect one, let's say,
Yeah.
it's usually a recent death, correct? Like, would it stand out to me that the ghost was still hanging around if this body has been here?
I would say typically yes. However, you've never been in Mystanor before, and you just spent hours the night before reading about how magic is different here.
Right.
And your specific magic seems to pertain to things like this.
Cool. I'm gonna log that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take this cat outside. I'm gonna prestidigitate the blood, and I'm gonna bury a cat.
Yeah, make a quick stealth check if you're trying to hide the cat's body from whoever may be in the streets early in the
Is
morning.
there like a back entrance to a garden or something?
It's a great question. You want to make an investigation check?
Yeah, can I do that first?
Yeah, go for it. Oh, D&D.
15?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's
15.
D&D's fault.
15? There is a back door, yes.
Great.
That you find that leads to a little courtyard of various statues that seem to depict different historical figures.
And now I'd like to try and
A lot of tabaxis, actually.
subtly bury a cat.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check to try and disguise the cat grave.
Yikes.
There's a better stat for that.
It
Cameron.
didn't go great. That's an 8.
There's a hide a dead body stat.
An 8. Yeah, I mean, the ground was clearly disturbed. It's all, like, nice, like, manicured lawn back here. But you do your best to, like, place the tufts, like, to carefully dig that first layer up with your hands so that you have some grass tufts that when you bury it relatively shallow because it's just your hands, you place the tufts back on top. give it a little prestidigitation to floof it.
Yeah, I also prestidigitate all the dirt and congealed blood off of myself.
Yeah, easy to do.
And I will head back inside, pretending nothing happened.
Yeah.
Just taking a stroll.
Is there anything particular that Silas is doing while Alma's going through this?
I'm hacking, but I'm looking 1,000 yards exactly straight ahead of me the whole time.
For sure.
And imagining her there. If this is like intercut, it's like her digging up dirt and me rolling up a bedroll. It's like, both with like the same face.
Yeah.
The saddest eyes.
Oh, I'm gonna have to make that fan art. I have to see it. Yeah. The rest of your watch passes, Silas, with...
Oh, good. I can see. I've watched that 1,000 yards in front of me for a very long time now.
And Alma returns just as Cholula and Aurora are rousing from your sleep. You all have the benefits of a full, long rest. So
I feel rested.
You get all your stuff back.
No, I feel super
I feel
great.
good.
I feel the
Cholula,
opposite.
You wake up a little colder than when you went to sleep, and you notice that your feline friend has disappeared.
Oh, Scrap.
What was
Have
that?
you seen Scrap?
Scrap.
Scrap?
There's plenty of...
Oh, so he's a small little orange cat. He kind of like hangs around the library. He doesn't really like to hang out with me too much. But last night he was like vibing with Cholula. That was the first
We
time
made
I've seen him like
friends.
sleep with someone.
There's a library cat.
He came and
Yeah.
cuddled with me when I went back to sleep. I
I've
thought
only-
he might have stuck around, but I don't see him.
Oh,
You
no.
know, cats wander.
Do I see any little paw prints?
Make a survival check to track the cat.
So this cat is like known for being in the library?
19.
Yeah.
19.
He sort of just sits there. Okay, so listen, I'm here at night. I have occasionally had like a piece of cheese in my pocket or in my hand that he was interested in, and that was the closest he's come to me, is to get the cheese. But normally I just see him like down the aisles, just sort of wandering.
Always moving?
Cholula, in the dust on the ground, which seems like this library doesn't get swept very often.
I'm here to translate, not to clean.
Shit, yeah.
You see little cat bean prints.
Oh, I'm gonna start following them and
Okay.
calling for Scrap.
Probably should head
We
out.
should really start packing.
Do they seem
Scrap.
antsy?
I just want to give him little kisses and say goodbye.
Make an insight check against deception. Cholula, you follow the prints as you're calling out,
Do I see that she's looking at me?
which leads you to the front door.
Okay.
The front door, there's like a little mat, like rug in front of it, and that's where the tracks stop.
Is the door open?
You go to check it, and the door is strangely unlocked. You know you saw Aurora lock it last night.
Are there any footprints other than ours that look like someone came in overnight?
Looking outside, make another survival check.
That's a 9.
9. It's hard to distinguish. Once you get outside, there are a ton of footprints of foot traffic. It's hard to tell what is recent and what is from days past. But you do see that the city is beginning to wake. You actually see a lot of tabaxi kind of that look like they just got off finished shifts at various different places of work that look kind of tired and are headed home, and a lot of canids that are kind of like up and stretching and starting their days.
Big stretches.
A lot of big stretches.
Aurora, I know I saw you lock the door last night. Did anybody leave out the front this morning or overnight while we were sleeping? The door's unlocked.
I went out the back door.
No.
Oh yeah, what'd you guys get on deception?
21.
4.
No! What?
Dirty 20.
I love these like haunted looks of you guys. Is like
That's
the cat.
just how we look.
Yeah, there's like the cat is being talked about and like giving you the life story of Scrap, and Silas, you just like look at Alma and shake your head. Aurora, you are none the wiser. And you're pretty good at reading people.
I sort of do like a little huff and then turn away to sort of like catch up with Cholula.
What's up? What's happening? Have you
The door.
got eyes on?
The door was unlocked. Well, I followed his little tiny paw prints over here to this rug and noticed that the door was open, and I know I saw you lock it last night. So I was just curious if anybody went outside for anything and forgot to lock it back, or if someone came in and we missed it.
My rounds didn't make it to the outside. I didn't use any doors.
If I think back to the shapes that I kept seeing, and am I still seeing them?
Oh, did you make your deception check with disadvantage?
I didn't.
No.
Yeah, that one would fail.
What was your first question? I'm sorry. We'll get to that in a second.
Those shapes that I am either still seeing or saw last night.
Oh, that
If
would have
I
been.
think-
That wouldn't have been for the deception. That would have been for hiding the cat in the back.
That's fair. It's fine. We
So,
forgot.
are we gonna retcon
Was that
to see how
lower-
bad that grave
Was
is?
that? I guess it would have been the lower of the two. So was that higher or lower than what you just?
It
For
was.
that.
That was higher than my grave.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah.
Perfect. So in this case, what was it that you were looking to ascertain? I'm sorry.
Those shapes
The shapes.
that kept like. If I look back on that,
Yeah.
is
make
there
a
any chance that that was a real being and not my mind?
make a perception check retrospectively, so with disadvantage, because your mind can't be trusted. No one's can.
Perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
19.
19.
Nice.
It's possible. You may have just played it off as things like thinking about this morning when you saw when you touched the cat. Clearly, it had been dead for a while, but its spectral form was so clear to you, or rather, its shadowy spectral form was so clear to you before it faded, which doesn't usually happen. You kind of connected those two things, and in your mind said, well, it's probably just Mystanor messing with your magical abilities and kind of amplifying things. But there's a possibility that that's not what's going on, that maybe there was someone else in the library.
I know I'm not the most reliably attentive person, but I thought maybe I saw something last night, but I kind of thought that maybe I didn't, actually see something. Somebody may have come in, or it could have just been me.
Does it look like anything in the area that we've been around has been disturbed other than like what I know happened? So like I know that they've rummaged through books. I know that like some things have happened. Like, does anything look disturbed other than what I saw them fiddling with?
Make an investigation check.
$13.
13. Alma, could I have you make one more sleight of hand check? Sleight of hand? Actually, no, make it, because you used prestidigitation, make a roll using your spell attack modifier.
Twenty 24? 18 plus 8. 24?
26.
26.
Thanks, everyone.
No, everything appears to be, even aside from the book that I assume Silas still has,
Yeah.
everything appears to have been put back in its place. Point of order, Cholula, did you sneak the clipping out of that book?
I was gonna ask if I could find. I was gonna ask Aurora if there was any parchment around, so I could make a copy of it, essentially, and so I didn't have to take anything from the library.
Oh, I can just make a copy for you.
Oh, that would be lovely. I'm gonna keep looking for scrap.
I don't know about the door. Can I take a second to look at it, see if it's been fiddled with at all? Does it?
The door?
Yeah.
Make.
Do I feel like Scrap
check.
knows how to open doors to get in and out of the library?
Definitely not.
Hands.
Definitely not this door. This door opens inward and is quite heavy.
Okay.
It's like a thick hardwood.
Okay.
What was that check again?
Investigation.
I don't think he let himself out.
10. It's hard to say. You know that you locked the door last night. So clearly someone had to have
A
tampered with
cat
it.
died, right? Okay, a cat died. The cat died. I didn't know what cat it was. I was just starting my watch, and it was dead on the floor. And we freaked out because we don't know you, and thank you for the sleeping space, and sorry for the dead cat. I didn't do it. I was visited by
Excuse me, we?
what?
We freaked out?
Well, I freaked out and brought someone else in, and then that made it a we. So...
Was it an orange cat?
Yes, it was an orange cat. Forever in my brain, an orange cat. I was visited by the Fae thing last night, and it made some threats. I feel like garbage.
What did it say?
So the Fae was here, it killed our cat, and you didn't think to say anything about
I didn't
it?
think anyone was gonna... I thought it was just a cat that wandered in from the street. I didn't know it was the library's cat. I didn't know that. I thought it was, oh, a cute cat came in here. That's nice.
What did the face say? What threats?
I need to make a choice of some sort. I need to give it something else I love, essentially. For something. It's not even being clear with me, honestly. You know how they go. I'm trying to stall for time, and I'm not getting it. I'm dying. I feel like I'm dying.
But you didn't even meet Scrap before. Why would it take Scrap?
Because it was here. It was in the same building I was in. It's a threat. It's a cool way to make me feel great. I thought it was a street cat, and then I'm learning right now that it's beloved by everyone who ever saw it.
Well, okay. It wasn't beloved. He just would try to steal my cheese, and I thought it was
He's a cheese thief, so he deserves to die, right?
Okay, this is going a little far. We didn't want you to think, because we just met, that we are crazy cat killers is the thing.
Yes, it
That's
was not
all it
us. It was not me at
We
all.
just kind of had a moment. We're a little weird. You seem trepidatious already.
She
We
saw a
did-
ghost. She saw
Why
it.
are you like this?
I don't know.
I know you're having a bad time.
I'm so tired.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
it say anything? What happened to how
The
did it
cat, the cat ghost?
Yeah.
They don't learn English, unfortunately.
Oh, that
I mean,
makes
common.
sense. I didn't know if things maybe were different for ghosts.
It's not different.
They don't
Nope.
learn to talk. They don't learn to talk and meowed at me. Seemed pretty happy with the situation. I buried it in the back.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a great time, Silas.
Where did you find it?
Over there.
I'm gonna go investigate the area.
Yeah, make an investigation.
It's
Can I
probably-
go back to sleep? Can I go back to
Hey,
sleep?
you know,
Sleep is better.
I get that. I just so
What were we
was-
gonna do? Oh, sorry. I know you said not to wake you up, but the cat's dead. Like, what was I going to do?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
Wait, for next time, I do need to know, on a level, on a scale, okay?
from cat to
Fire,
fire. Yes.
we don't bother you.
No, just let me die in the fire.
But cat, where does that stand? Dead cat?
No, that's definitely important. Please wake me up for dead cats.
Okay.
Also,
that's
I'm glad
on
we're
me.
getting to know each other.
No, I'm not saying it's on you. All I'm saying is that, like, fire, whatever, I should feel it. I should wake up. It's my fault if I stayed. But, like, dead cat, especially with, like, dead cat after a Fae visit, is a little bit more important. And also, hey, guys, I think the first time you're in someone else's home, if you like break something, even if you didn't break it, but like if you lie about it, that's
It's so much
That's
worse, right?
so much worse.
Like if you wake up and then you do your morning workouts, and then you go out and you see a cat's neck broken.
That's
you think,
so
oh
terrible.
boy, I better.
You should
I
definitely
should
like
tell the owners of the home
be
right
honest
away.
about it. Okay.
I feel childish.
Wait, hold on. How about we break this up into sections? I remember us having to do something in the morning, and that's why we had to go to bed, and that's why we had to do it. Who actually wants to find Scrap? Because it kind of just sounds like he got killed by the Fae. And then should we?
Cholula. On a 19 survival check.
Oh, survival?
Yeah. Or no,
21.
Was it investigation?
Investigation was a 19. Survival would be a 21.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it was an invest.
Cholula votes for things.
It was investigation, yeah. But still, very high. Searching the area that was pointed out to you, you see an unnaturally clean kind of little 5-foot.
Yeah, because I saw little
Radius.
dusty paw prints everywhere else.
Yeah, and in this area, there's not even dust. It's immaculate, magically so, one could say.
Right here.
Get out here.
I was standing over there.
Looking over, there's you can see more clearly now as the sun is beginning to rise outside, actually over the ocean, which would be a beautiful view if you were outside.
And had a better morning.
You see there's a little chair set up with a side table and a decently sized window, and this appears to be one of many little kind of rest areas where people can peruse the shelves, grab a book, and sit down and kind of thumb through it for a bit. And on a 19 investigation check, you notice that the window is cracked open just a little bit.
Oh. Cracked enough for a person to fit through, or just kind of...
Not currently,
Okay.
but it does appear like this window was either left open like this overnight or was opened overnight.
Okay. Is there anything, like, on it? Any kind of, like, residue or, like, cloth, like, strings or anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Were you pointing things out? Did you follow me up here?
I think they're having that conversation
Yeah,
that they just had.
we're still like at the crime scene.
We're trying
okay?
to explain ourselves.
The window's cracked. I'm just gonna yell downstairs.
Oh, good. I will say on my watch, I did not notice the door was open or that a window was cracked. I did notice a dead cat, so that's
Listen,
good,
no,
right?
I
We're good.
I think the dead cat distracted from the other things.
Yeah, maybe I would have
it's
noticed
okay.
the other things.
Yeah.
Would have checked the door handle.
No, it's okay. Listen, I didn't really hang out with Scraps too much. It's not too much skin off my back. It's. Are you guys okay? Because
No.
it feels like you. Okay. I'm gonna go check that window. If you guys want to come, maybe we should be honest about it. And Aurora sort of gently turns and walks away.
I honestly don't want to go.
Cholula, what'd you see?
So look here. So this, I think, is where Alma was trying to clean things up, because it's cleaner than everything else here. But you'll notice this window is, it's cracked. Like maybe someone came in here, or the door, and then maybe chased Scrap up the stairs or something, and then left out the window after they did what they were gonna do. But if it was the Fae, then that's, a physical presence. I'm concerned with finding out how to kill the Fae. I say out loud.
Okay. Maybe I can help you figure that out. Real quick though. 3 quick questions. Are we on the first level? Like we're on the ground floor. Okay. Do I see anything that like outside of the window? Like gently, can I like peek my head out? Do I see
Yeah, you
anything?
can make an investigation check.
Don't see anything. 7?
7. You see a bush and some red dirt and a little alleyway. that leads to the main street that kind of twists and turns through Lúgrív.
Does red dirt look like red sand?
Yeah,
Beach?
it's the same kind of soil.
But not supposed to be in an alley, right?
No, it's like a patch. And there's like a
okay.
bush growing in it. Yeah.
Cool. I was like, so someone followed us from the beach.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of like raised gardens and things of that nature. This one is kind of like framing the window.
Okay. Does bush look disturbed? Okay.
On your
someone's walked
investigation
through it?
check, no.
Okay.
Looks like a bush.
Cool. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, I don't see anything. But Bad Eyes,
Did you have a third question?
it was low-key answered with the outside.
Gotcha.
Maybe we just get started with today. I don't know if we're gonna be able to pick up anything from here. At least I can't. We could try to have Silas or Alma look if they're comfortable, but to be honest, it kind of seemed like they wanted to distance themselves from the cat situation.
That's fine. I mean, I'll go out this way and meet y'all at
How
the
about-
front door.
Yeah, I'll just go check by the front door again and see if I see anything.
Yeah,
You
and
take
I'll,
this way.
I'll go out the window because I think this is where they left from, and I'll see if I see anything and meet you at the front door.
Got it.
So I'm gonna grab my shit and then I'm gonna climb out the window and I'm gonna investigate my way up to the front door.
Yeah, make an investigation check out the window.
I'm gonna head back to the front door, seeing if I can see like anything that is leading or exiting towards that front door.
Okay. What are Silas and Alma up to while this is happening? You guys are fully packed and ready to go.
Yeah, okay, lesson learned. Next time we just mention the dead cat. We just mention the dead cat in the room. That's my bad?
I need to find some kind of warding
Yeah, you do.
necklace. Really bad. This isn't going to bode well. I feel like 2/3 of myself. If I say it like that.
What'd you get for investigation?
14.
14. On a 14, as soon as you peer out the window, looking down into you see this kind of like reddish sandy dirt, very much akin to our local ground here in North Texas.
Go down and get you some ground.
It's soft.
And free. Ground.
Take any ground you want.
But very red. And you see this bush growing and like some crabby grass growing in there as well. And you notice not a footprint, but a hoof print.
Mm-hmm.
However, on 14 you can tell it is splayed outwards. This wasn't the exit. This was the entry.
Oh.
It is splayed facing the window. Just
Can
a single
I-
hoof print.
Okay, just one, so I can't tell which direction it came from.
I mean, you can definitely tell because it is a cloven hoof.
Uh-huh.
It was facing the window.
Yeah, but like you're gonna face the window to climb in. I can't tell if it like came from behind
Right.
the building or the front of the building.
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's just cobbled street.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take a mental image of the hoof print and I'll head to the front door.
Okay. From outside?
Yeah, I was gonna meet them up there.
Okay. You begin heading that way. Silas and Alma, are you guys just chilling in the library or are you headed out as well? You see Aurora come and gather her things and starts heading towards the front
Yeah,
door.
I guess we'll follow that direction
Yeah.
then.
Okay. You don't have to. I'm just asking.
Well, if she's gathering her things, yeah, I think I'm gonna
Yeah. Well, I guess we live here now.
We'll need the key.
Okay, so finding a ward is of the essence. I need a sword. We can do that on our way out. By the way, everything is fine. Don't look over here. It's all gonna be good. And I'm going to cast False Life at level 3 on Silas. And I'm gonna put a ghost in him.
Don't look over where.
Oh,
Go away.
Oh, Alma.
And he gets 17. points.
Alma.
Oh, it tells me when you do things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to roll there, so please ignore that.
We use real dice in this house.
Was I able to see anything with like from the front side? Because Cholula was going to check the window. I was going to check around the front.
Because Cholula pointed it out, you did see the little paw prints that led up to the front. You can make a survival check to try and read the footprints outside the door. Seven. You open the door, which opens inward, as we discussed before, and a small little voice calls out, "Oh, Aurora, good morning." And looking down, you see a small gnomish figure. You know this to be Harold, the librarian, the morning librarian. On his way into work, he's got a satchel at his side full of scrolls and books. Looks up at you with little spectacles on the end of his nose, pointed ears, and short brown hair that's kind of receding a bit, male pattern style. "Oh, who are your friends?"
So I had to call in a few specialists to get me to translate a little piece of that storybook that I was working on. This is Silas, and this is Alma, and this is Cholula.
I'm outside.
Yeah, Cholula walks up from behind him.
Out there. Oh, right behind you.
Hello. Hello, I'm Harold, the bookkeeper.
I
These
say
are-
hello in Dwarven.
Oh, does your friend not speak the common tongue? Did you have to get a dwarven specialist for this one?
He actually has some experience with Sylvan. He can't speak it, but he can read it. And
fascinating.
There were just a few words that I didn't understand. He's had some personal experience with the Fae. But I just needed them here for the night. Everything is okay. I do have a little bit of bad news.
Oh, what is it?
Last night while we were all sleeping, I think Scraps got into something bad.
No.
And ate something terrible. And this morning we found him very unwell. He has passed. We thought the most humane thing at the time would be to bury him in the backyard, considering that everyone who has worked here loved Scraps. I do want you to know that he spent his last moments being comforted by Cholula, and we saw to it that his end was very peaceful. I tried to make sure that everything was taken care of, and the translated copy is on your desk.
Make a deception check.
Please.
I've never needed you more.
He was a very sweet cat.
Scraps he was a brilliant cat. Just always knew when you were down in the dumps and when you needed cheering up,
22.
or when you had a little bit of cheese in your pockets.
Was that 22?
22. Oh, well, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll have to have a word with Art. He must have left out the rat poisons again. Oh, that confounded Goliath. He's always... I'm so sorry. I need to get the library in order for our opening this morning. It was lovely to meet all of you. And he kind of turns to who you mentioned was Cholula, who's standing behind him, and he reaches up to take your hand. Thank you so much for staying with Scraps in his final moments. He was truly a treasure of this library.
And I would do it all over again.
Thank you. If any of you ever need anything literary or suggestions, just I work here every morning, so please feel free to come by and get any suggestions that you'd like. I'm sorry we had to meet under these circumstances, but thank you for your help.
Lovely to meet you, Harold. We should be on our way.
Mr. Harold, I actually wanted to mention something.
Oh, it's just Harold. No deal.
No worries. I finished translating, but it seems like I'm actually going to be spending some time away. I wanted to let you know that I appreciated you honestly letting me stay here while I did the work for you.
Of course, he takes your hand as well. You take all the bereavement time that you need. I know how you loved giving Scraps those little bits of cheese from your pockets.
That's how I learned it first.
I guess we'll have to be on the lookout for a new rescue. Well, I've got quite a busy day in front of me. It was lovely meeting all of you. I should get things ready. He steps inside and kind of claps his hands, and as he does, he spreads them apart, and there's this kind of sparkly swirl of this golden cloud that rises up and brightens all of the candles that are floating at their various places within the library and brings it to life. And you can see as the lights brighten the large mural, which you can just kind of make out from the doorway. It's just kind of a small corridor that leads into that big open area. You can see that there is a kind of glittery quality to the two dragons that are painted there, like individual glinting scales. And he bids you all adieu and closes the door behind him, and you find yourselves in the streets of Lúgrív.
Hey, listen, don't worry about it.
Thank you so much.
No, it's fine.
Thank
He paid me to, well, not paid, but he was going to let me stay there for 3 weeks to translate a children's book. If you guys ever read a children's book, it takes 20 minutes.
So
Good place to stay, guys.
outside the window that was cracked, I found a hoof print. Just one, but a hoof print splayed towards the window. I think that's where they came in.
Makes
Which
sense.
means they would have left out the front door. It's cobblestone, right? There's nothing out here? Okay.
Yeah. It's like, stone steps that lead down to cobbled street.
But it is at least good to know that if that was the Fae, that they don't only show up in
They can't just apparate.
dreams. There's something physical about it. Something you could stab, maybe.
Aurora, I hate to ask a favor of you specifically right now.
Yeah, the bereavement leave is really, it's supposed to be my time. To grieve. What's the favor? It's fine.
I'm afraid of you. Do you happen to know any warding spells by any chance?
Warding. I have counterspell, but I would have to know it's coming. It's, I have shield.
Yeah.
I can do a blade song, but that's...
Have we already established that there's no magic shops in this town?
Well, there's the one of the guy that's missing if we want to go
Right, but there's
inside before we find him.
no one else doing enchantments of any sort?
Do I know of anyone else in town? Or is it just...
Make a history check.
I'd say we could let ourselves in and try to find some sort of piece of jewelry, but I imagine that a place that sells magical items is probably
Booby trapped?
locked with magic as
24?
well.
24. You recall the chances of, based on the conversation that they're having, chances of getting into Flosh and Finds when it's not open is almost zero. That was the black building that you saw with the gold trim that didn't have a door or windows.
That does make it hard.
Yeah. It's not... You're not entirely positive, but in the same realm of enchanted things, you could potentially investigate Killian's Concoctions, the alchemy shop.
Is that the place with the bubbles?
It is the place with the bubbles.
Let's go in the bubble place.
So, Killian's Concoctions, you guys probably remember it because of the bubbles. They may have things that are enchanted, but, you know, it's not the same. We can always try. I mean, I don't mind the stock as long as it doesn't hinder us.
Let's just go take a look
Okay.
at the bubble place, and then we can just go find Flosh if we don't. Kill a froghemoth on the way or whatever.
Okay, you'd really like to go to the bubble store.
Yes.
You really need a ward. You guys will go do that. Would you mind accompanying me to go find a sword?
Yeah.
Any sword. It doesn't have to be special.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and then Aurora sort of remembers that she just got gold, or not gold, but platinum the other day, so she has money again. But, do I know where the closest
So
armor?
the kind of like town strip where most of the shops are, the little like trade center, it's all in that same area. There's Flosham's Finds, Killian's Concoctions, Thava's Scales. There is, you recall, a small building, not super elaborate, just kind of a wooden storefront, known as Bloodbath and Beyond.
Wonderful.
So,
I imagine she just takes off running, and I go, "Oh shit, okay." And Chase, go get a ward.
Yeah, here before midday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
all right.
I don't know.
So, we'll start with Cholula and Silas.
Link arms.
Right. Sorry.
We're going to the bubble store.
Alma put a ghost in me again.
What?
It was a cat.
Square.
Don't. I mean, I really want you to pet me, but I don't know why. And I think I know why. To the bubbles, I guess.
Yeah,
It'll
to the
be
bubbles.
a cheery place.
You make your way back to the kind of town circle. Wading through the colorful bubbles, you come to an arch-topped wooden door with a sign that says Killian's Concoctions in a flowery script.
I don't really feel like this is going to be a very fruitful shopping experience, but
Stepping through the door, you are greeted by a warm entry and the smell of cinnamon and ginger. A few people are perusing the various tabletop displays of various spell components, lotions, and potions. And in lieu of a typical sales counter, you see at the far end of the octagonal room a complex set of alchemical supplies.
it's backwards.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it's gotta
Here,
be
hand
the
us
other way.
the.
Because you guys are backwards, it's all
Need a
you.
mirror. Hand us the. No!
It's lost forever in the Arcanarama triangle.
In the arms
see it.
of an angel.
Colorful liquids bubble and snake their way through curling glass tubes, dispensing in drops into various beakers and canisters suspended over arcane flames. Behind the intricate chemistry set, grinding some mixture of herbs with a mortar and pestle, you see a hairless tabaxi in thick, oversized robes. The tips of large ears curl over wrinkled skin and large green eyes. Oh, hello. Welcome to Killian's Concoctions. Can I help you with something?
Charmed. We're in search of some sort of ward if you've got anything.
Any specific type of ward you're looking for?
I am visited by a fey being that harms me when I'm asleep.
Protection from evil and good it would be then.
Right?
I'm
Well,
gonna kind of like watch what they're doing with all of the things.
yeah, make a perception check.
Okay.
I didn't scare the dice into doing better numbers.
13.
13. You notice whatever was being ground appears to be some kind of greenish herb that then gets a pinch dispersed into a small beaker that he begins stirring with one hand while opening a little book with another and kind of reading through it as he's speaking to you. Is like very, very much a master of multitasking. Appears to be creating the potions that dominate this room while selling them. It's hard to follow. There's some complex, like occasionally he'll pause from conversation and like mutter something
Pause.
arcane. He'll pause with his little beans, his little hairless beans.
Oh, the most wretched of beings.
Probably my preferred bean, if I were to be honest.
And he'll like pause from conversation and mutter something arcane over, and there's like a little poof of bluish smoke that rises, and he begins pouring that into a container, puts a stopper in it, places it under the counter, and continues working. Seems like he's got like 3 or 4 different potions going at once. Yes, I appear. One moment, check my ledgers. I've currently got 2 in stock that I could part with.
I would need both, if that's okay. Is there any way I can commission more from you?
Perfect, yes. I do have the ingredients. There is a bit of a wait list, but I could have perhaps 5 more by the next 3 days.
That's good.
For the 2 that I've got in stock currently, it's going to cost you... Green smoke. Pours that, puts a stopper in. 200 gold pieces for the 2 that we've got in stock currently.
That's fine. And what for the others?
Well, it will be 500. They are 100 gold pieces each.
Right, and maybe expediting the process? Could that be a charge?
If you want to jump the line, I could have them done tomorrow for double the price. That would be 1,000 gold pieces, or...
That's also fine.
Perfect. Would you like to make your down payment now?
Right. And I will just give him the equivalent of 1,000.
Yeah, you do so. 100 platinum pieces, we'll say.
Okay, yeah.
Still pretty hefty, but from your bag of holding that you've acquired, or was acquired for you. You pay the man. As this is all going on, Cholula, with your perception check, you notice lingering near one of the potion displays, a young halfling with a round face. Hard to tell the age. Maybe young, maybe middle-aged. You see kind of like standing there, shifty-eyed, and you notice a small tube leading out of the halfling's pocket that appears to be siphoning a potion out of its bottle by way of a needle inserted into the cork stopper at the display. Just kind of like shiftily looking around until it runs clear. Very like deftly pops the needle out and keeps looking around the store in very like baggy, kind of ballooning at the bottom, brown trousers, and like a little vest and a white shirt, a backpack on. He's just kind of perusing and occasionally will stop and stick a needle into a potion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And here you are. I would recommend taking them before bed if that is when your bouts are troubling you.
That's one rest.
Yes, it should last about 8 to 10 hours, give or take.
8 to 10?
Yes.
Okay.
What did you say your name was?
My name is Killian Brax.
Killian Brax. So how do you know what goes in everything? How do you learn to
I've
do
got
that?
my recipe book over here that I've been working on for most of my life, and I have a lot of practice and knowledge stored away in my brain.
That's fascinating.
I studied alchemy at the Wiltbloom College in Cholula and put my skills to the test here.
Wiltbloom. How long ago did you go to Wiltbloom?
Oh, it must have been 23 years now that I graduated. So
Did you
24 to 28.
Did you happen to learn under maybe a Professor Vergalore or maybe a Professor Duvet?
Yes, Professor Duvet. The magical application of culinary arts.
I
She
feel
was-
like
Yes, a wonderful teacher. I wonder how she's doing. I've not checked in some time, but I learned a lot of my creativity and how to manipulate different ingredients and making potions that aren't just effective, but also tasty.
unfortunately she went missing, her whole family,
Sorry
several
to hear that.
years ago, but I'm actually about to look into that. I want to let you know that you might want to check the pockets of everyone. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. You there? Halt! And
You there?
you see as the halfling kind of like stops like mid pulling a syringe and like pockets it and bolts out the door. He turns. Someone stop him!
I'm gone.
Yeah.
All right, we will get to that in a moment. But first, we hop across the street. Potentially.
Yeah, it is.
Across the street, while all of that is also taking place concurrently, we see a sad wooden building. Comparatively, you've got this like brilliant leather facade. You've got the bubbles pouring out of the brass potion bottles into the street. You've got this eerie but very like opulent and beautiful black building with the golden frame. And then you've got this little unpainted grayish wooden storefront that painted in red letters sloppily on the top. It says Bloodbath and Beyond. And stepping inside, you find an empty shop full of various different types of steel and iron weapons of all kinds. And behind the counter, you see a human man who's just kind of leaning there, and you step in. Oh, hello. Welcome to Bloodbath and Beyond. How can I help you?
Aurora does like a really big, high-pitched squeal and then just starts darting from one side of the store to the other, touching all the like little sharp points.
Yeah. Be
And
careful,
then, like,
miss. Those are quite sharp.
she pulls like part of her cape open, and you can just see like a line of daggers. And
I know. I want to. And then
it's just continual darting.
Wow, some nice craftsmanship there. Hello, can I help you?
I just need 2 short swords, if I could.
Ah, perfect, yeah. Let me just check my prices on a short sword. Yeah.
You can just hear Aurora from a shelf very far.
will you also pull up for a rapier?
Never heard you laugh like that.
That's the laugh of someone who just imagined every interaction he's had with anyone in the past month doing that.
No, I'm gonna leave. I leave.
Okay.
Welcome to Kroger.
Took a turn.
No, not Kroger.
Sorry, give me just a second.
My grocery needs.
And swords.
Did you want black beans on your burrito? Yeah.
Are we still at Kroger? Did we go somewhere else? Is
like
this
to-
another
yeah.
store?
It's all Walmart, man.
Short swords, you said?
Yes, please. You don't have to be fancy. Just
Okay,
sturdy.
no, of course. 2 short swords. Will run you 20 gold pieces.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just put 2 platinum down.
All right.
Sorry, did you need more?
Did you have a specific make and order, a shape? We've got some fancy ones. We've got these nice thin ones that are more slashing, and I've got these ones that I've serrated so that more,
Aurora!
You see her head pop up, and she has like 3 rapiers in her arms.
Yeah.
Can you pick me 2 swords, please? I'm overwhelmed and I will cry.
She sort of looks for a place to put the
I can hold
rapiers
those.
in.
I can hold those for you up at the counter if you like.
Okay. Hold these for me. Don't let them fall.
right.
What are you looking for?
They just have to be swords.
Short
That's
swords.
really...
That's what she paid for.
What are you doing? Are you like jabbing? Are you trying to do some slices? Can you hold a weapon 2-handed?
Absolutely.
Because I can only do 1-handed weapons. The 2-handed ones are too big.
Typically, short swords, you hold it in one hand and you slash.
Okay.
Yep. I
So-
just need 2 of those.
Are you saying you can't
Easy
pick
to
them
carry.
out?
We've got serrated
There are
edges. We've got.
a lot of them. He keeps listing out features and I'm afraid.
Okay, hit me with the features.
Well, these ones are serrated, so
Okay.
you get more of a cleave.
Yeah.
Does a lot
you
more
also
damage.
do some
harder to-
chewing while
right,
it slices.
Right. Harder to heal.
Yeah.
We've
Are
got
you
your
trying to
regular.
fuck people up?
Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps one of each.
Oh, How about, since we don't know her fighting style yet, what if we do one of these little thin guys for slashing,
Right.
and one of the serrated ones in case she likes options?
Perfect. So what I just said. Here you are.
Well, listen,
Thank you so much. Do sheets come with it, or do I just have to hold them?
They're in sheaths currently.
Great.
You'd be cutting yourself
I'll
to
just
ribbons if
attach
you were just
them
holding
to
bare
my
swords
belt
like that.
and try to stand in a corner until Aurora is done.
Thank you for your customerage.
Yeah, great. How much for all of her swords?
For these 3 rapiers, that's going to come out a little bit more expensive. There's a lot more filigree going on. For 3 of them, 75 gold.
Great. Wait, here you go. And I will hand over 75 gold.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Would you? I have been working on some designs for scabbards. Not much of a leather man myself, but something's got to hold the swords. So I do have actually specially fitted 4 rapier belt that holds 2 on either side of you. If that interests you, you would just need 1 more to really, even it out. 100 gold pieces, and you've got 4 rapiers right at your side, ready. If one breaks, you've got another one, which they won't break. They're very well crafted.
Aurora just starts vibrating. And then she runs. This has gone way too
I already put
so
75 on the
fast.
counter.
And then right back with 1 more.
I didn't want to get this one because it was prettier than the other ones, but how much is this one?
It is quite pretty, but we've got a flat rate, 25 gold per rapier. So you're looking at 100 gold for the lot, plus another 15 for the holster.
Okay.
And then she sort of starts to in her pockets to put that money on the table.
75's already been covered for you, so you only lack 30, 40, yeah. I know maths.
And then she just grabs a few of the coins back.
Why did you pay for me?
Well,
You've already given me money, and
yeah, I feel bad about the cat thing and also everything. So
Cat
please
thing.
just let me do this. It's fine.
All right.
she didn't kill the cat, but she did bury it.
Oh. Okay.
Context matters. You don't
Yeah,
want
that's
this guy
normal.
thinking
That
that,
sounds like
you're a
normal
cat
stuff.
killer. You just came in here and bought swords, and then
Hey,
you're like, I
hey.
want to apologize for the cat.
Cats die all the time.
They
Don't even
happened
worry
so
about it.
quick. And it was just a library cat. Plus, we're already off the hook for it. And
You do mean like a feline, like a cat,
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
yeah, like a pet, not like
Right, okay.
not like a tabaxi or
Good.
or
Yeah,
like a
that's better.
shifter
Yeah.
or.
I think I'm dying.
It's, you know what? It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for all of your nice recommendations. You're so nice.
Oh, thank you. Nice to have a customer.
Yeah. Oh. Has it been slow?
Do you need us to buy more swords?
I mean, if you want to buy more swords, you can
Okay.
absolutely buy
Well,
more
don't
swords.
buy more.
Okay.
That's how they
It's
get you.
business has been a little
I
bit.
can only carry 2. But I know Cholula likes swords, and Silas is pretty rusty and sad. We could get him a new sword.
Yeah, swords make great gifts. People love getting swords.
Great.
I actually do want all of my gifts to be swords. So we get one for Silas.
Now I know
think
that about you.
Cholula is okay. I haven't heard her complaining. What about one for Silas? We could split it, and then we go back. And
You know
then,
what kind of sword he likes to use? Excuse me.
Do I remember, seeing?
You both
swords?
remember he uses a short sword.
Okay.
Same size short sword. He doesn't really seem like the serrated type, so let's go thin slashy one.
Right, standard. So going to be another 10 gold.
Do you
Okay,
have
babe.
anything spooky?
This one's got skulls on the hilt.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's gonna hate it,
Perfect.
but maybe he'll like it.
Maybe. Most people come around. Skulls are cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Half of the fight is intimidating your enemy before they've even gotten to you. So
yeah, that's fair. Here. Even split, and we get to leave a tip.
Great.
I'll do 10 gold, you do 10 gold, because I think you said 15, right?
It's 10 for a short sword.
Oh, okay.
great.
Fine.
Fi-
Yeah.
So
No, it's fine. I got it. Hand me your 5, and I just put an arbitrary amount of platinum on top, probably like 3, and just sort of push it over. Thanks. We have to go now. So I hope business picks up, and I sort of like loop my arm through Alma's arm and have like an arm full of blades and I just run out of the store.
Hell yeah. Thank you for your
Are you tall?
customary.
Not the same.
He scoops up the coins.
okay.
Aurora is not very tall.
Aw, short friend. Comparatively.
As you make your way out into the streets, you see Silas and Cholula, or rather, you step out into the streets and make a dexterity saving throw, Aurora.
It's fine, guys. I have a dex now.
What?
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't dictate how I roll, but like. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I'm so proud of you.
You notice quickly approaching a small figure that is just barreling through the streets, and you manage to step aside just in time so that you don't get plowed into and drop all of the swords that you're carrying before you see also
Why can't I hold all these swords?
Silas and Cholula are rushing supposedly or apparently after this figure. And that's where we're going to take a quick break. Before we do, we have the More Fun Minis giveaway. We've got the Goblin Wizard and 2 Oxidation Beasts.
And you get a rubber band too.
And a rubber
Ooh,
band.
for free?
To sweeten the deal.
And actually, it's $30 for the rubber band.
You can,
The giveaway is free.
To enter for your chance to win these lovely, lovely miniatures from our friends at More Fun Comics and Games, type the word ruined into the chat. That's R-U-I-N-E-D, ruined.
Ruined.
For your chance to win these wonderful miniatures. We will announce the winners when we come back from our break. We're going to be gone for about 20 minutes, and then we'll be right back into the story to see what's going on.
we gotta make one of those code words. I don't want to win or something.
We'll see all of you back here in 20 minutes. Stick around. Welcome back, everyone. Before we hop back into the game, we've got a giveaway to announce, and I'm going to shout some people out who are very near and dear to me because they're cool and they did stuff. So don't forget to enter the word ruined in the chat for your chance to enter to win the minis. Right, meow. R-U-I-N-E-D. Sorry, too soon.
Oh no!
R-U-I-N-E-D. Ruined. You have to be a follower of the channel, so click that heart if you haven't already to be eligible to win the giveaway. Before I announce the winner, huge shout out to Zensei101 for cheering 112 bits. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Whoa!
Thanks for stopping by to show us some support. And a huge shout out to Infame or Infame or Infame, one of those two, for following. We appreciate the follow. Thank you guys so much. And if you do one of those things and you haven't already, I'll talk about you at the end of the stream. So how about that?
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 I follow, I'm subscribed, and I play in the show, and I haven't gotten a call out once.
Big thanks to me for
Thank you.
doing
Give me all
everything.
the attention. Yeah.
And
Do
the
it.
winner of the More Fun Minis giveaway is Tonzio7. Congratulations, Tonzio7. I think we've got your information, so we will get those to you as soon as possible. Keep in mind, moving forward for the rest of you watching, that our giveaways go out at the end of each month, so there may be a little bit of time. I guess we're kind of like right towards the end. My birthday's this week. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were born.
Yeah.
You have to go back to where you came from. That's what birthdays mean, right?
No.
I think I know Mom was gonna be really upset.
So anyway, Congratulations, Tonesio7. We will get those to you as soon as possible. And right now, I am setting up the next giveaway, which is for Fantasy Forge. Yep, that's
Oh,
how
you
spell
want
it.
these. You can't see them.
Other thing.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Hey, just enough text. To enter to win the beautiful Sea Legs set of Fantasy Forge dice, enter the word cat in the chat.
Cameron.
Sure, whatever. I can't guarantee that I won't redraw if your name comes up.
I just want to be in.
Sure.
I just want to be in.
So enter the word cat, C-A-T, in the chat for your chance to win the beautiful Fantasy Forge dice in honor of Scraps. May he rest in peace.
Inside of Silas.
He's helping out.
You needed the hit points, man.
Oh, I did. He said meow.
He said meow.
Ooh.
He's trying to get us arrested.
Have you had one of those?
No, this is my 1st
They're
time.
so good.
So, I need this. We're going to hop right back into the game once I get my affairs in order.
I do believe it has to be lowercase. I've seen a couple of capitalized cats.
Yes, C-A-T, just all lowercase, no punctuation. I think it ignores punctuation because I've seen people like use it in a sentence and it'll count them. We've been outed a couple of times on our giveaway words before we've announced them that way.
Hair.
They capitalized it all on its own.
So,
Try again. I think I'm it.
as we hop back in,
Fuck yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay, dude.
again, nothing bubbly all night. This is just my life.
It's what you were meant to do.
You were all rushing through the streets of Lúgrív. If I could have everyone make an initiative roll.
Okay.
No. No.
Oh, I can finally show you guys this, and those of you at home can't see it, and those of you at the tables can barely see it. This is the drawing that I did a couple of weeks ago when I came up with the Dewdrop Fang of like the big snake entryway, and it's like
yeah.
drippy and stuff.
Nice.
It's a little
Would you
sketch.
call that a gaping maw?
I would call it a toothy maw. Yeah. Real toothy maw. Toothy maw.
Nice maw.
I want to hear Will Arnett say that. A toothy maw.
You just got coconut mawed.
I need to roll two. Pencil. All right. Anybody 25 to 20?
30.
30 for Cholula.
It's like
Yeah.
a joke.
It's not even fun when
She's
I get
not
to
even
raise
here.
my hand during that one. I got a 21, but
Nice.
okay.
21's pretty good.
For Aurora.
19.
You guys have very similar looking names on paper. Cholula and Aurora. Could I have anybody 20 to 15?
19.
19 for
18.
Silas. Nice.
Oh.
God
We've
damn.
never all done this well, and it's for a chase.
Yep.
Well,
Chase.
All right.
I do have a quick question.
You can't just do it with every word.
Oh, did he say chase? I can do. Since we're technically an initiative, does almost getting hit count as an attack?
No, it doesn't count as an attack. However, Alma and Aurora are currently under the surprised condition. So
Yeah,
you will
that's
act on the next round of combat. Also, you don't know what's going on. So, for the sake of this, I have a little halfling over here, I'm sure, somewhere. There you are. Boop. And if we want to throw up a sneak peek at a potential future battle game, we can just use this for now to track things.
The trees are buildings.
You hear that at home? The trees are buildings. What are you in right now?
No.
Yeah, I keep forgetting we have minis.
Silas.
Like our minis.
This isn't going to be
We'll get you one soon. I'm
to
sorry.
scale or anything. This is more just to kind of keep track of distance and who's where, so I'm not just writing down a bunch of ridiculous numbers like I did during the Dragon Heist chase scene. All right, so up first, Cholula. And this is going back to chase rules, so the only actions in play are you have an action and you have movement.
Jeez.
Okay. I'm gonna run. And how far away, how close can I get to this guy?
So he took off out the door and was already running when the shopkeep asked you guys to go. Silas acted in that moment, and Cholula, you were following shortly thereafter. So actually, you guys should be flipped around currently. Silas was at the door first. I'm going to say you're currently 100 feet away
Okay.
from the halfling.
I'm going to chase and use my action to dash.
All right. Double movement. That'll get you caught up to... That's going to be 60 feet total because you're not shifted, right? Okay. So if that's 60 feet, then he's actually yonder. Yeah, because you were back there. That gets you just over halfway to him. Perfect. That's Cholula's turn. Aurora. You are surprised.
Yeah, I was like, I don't get one.
Thank you for reminding me. What am I covered in? It's me.
Yeah. Husband hair.
Silas.
Action to dash, just all of it.
All right. So you.
You get how
Pass.
much movement?
90.
Ah, you cut down the fourth
nice.
pre. New Year's resolution.
Done it.
Guys,
We leveled up, everyone.
oh my god.
I'm just gonna put this tree
It's
down.
2023 already. Can you guys hear me?
So you are currently 10 feet away from the halfling.
Okay. I'm going... Can I shout out something?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll allow it as a free action.
I don't care what you stole. We have shit to do today. Can you just stop and talk to us for a second?
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Okay. It's gonna be a good one.
I believe it.
Was that a good one?
I don't know. I don't persuade often. It is a 14 flat.
14. Okay. We'll see how he reacts on his turn. On his turn, he's going to use his full movement forward, and then as his action, he dashes and turns on a dime and ducks into an alley. So he's going to go, we'll say, 25. 25. He is a halfling.
Please don't tell me you've cut to the camera.
All right. That's his turn. Back at the top of the round, Cholula.
Yeah, same thing. Action to dash and turn down that alleyway.
Okay. That was
60.
50 on top of the 40 that you were away means that he is now 90 feet away from you, and your movement is 60.
Yeah.
So I said I wasn't going to do it, I'm doing it anyway. So 60, 90 gets you 30 feet away.
Yes.
So you are kind of just taking the first steps into the alley behind him.
Okay.
Perfect. That's Cholula's turn. Aurora, you're now in play.
Brad.
You see your friends chasing a small figure that nearly blasted through you.
Did I at all hear what Silas yelled out?
Yeah.
Okay.
You actually probably yelled it right as he was passing you.
Okay. How far am I from Cholula?
Roughly 50 feet, we'll say.
Can I use my full movement to... It'll put me 30 feet closer. And then can I Misty Step to right in front of Cholula?
Yeah, so Misty Step is technically a bonus action, but I will allow you to use your action to cast it in this instance.
So 30 closer, and then...
30. Another 30 for Misty Step?
Yes.
So yeah, that'll get you 60 feet. Yeah, so just in front of her.
Cool.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's going to be Aurora's turn, which brings us back to Silas.
Yeah, full sprint, just the full 90 again. How close does that get me?
50 plus 10, 60. You can catch up with that.
With how much would I catch up?
You would have to use your action to dash to catch up. Because he got 60 feet away from you. So 40 gets you close, and then another 40 from dashing catches.
I'm going to say in a slightly less, breathy voice, just, hey, this isn't going to turn out well for you. Just please stop. I'm, on his heels.
Okay. That's going to bring us to Alma.
Yeah, I'm gonna heave a big sigh, and I'm gonna start chasing. I'll use my action to dash.
Okay, also keep in mind, Aurora, you were still, swords and arms.
Clanging.
60 feet.
Yeah.
Which pretty much puts you right up yonder.
Great.
Perfect. I will say, if you wanted to do a quick retcon, Aurora, I would allow it. Using your action to Misty Step would have been the same distance as using your action just to dash.
Cool.
So you could save a spell slot if you wanted to just dash instead.
Unless you're trying to look cool.
It's whatever you want to do.
It did
If you want to use
in my
that spell slot for
imagination.
flavor, I am all about it.
Hey, listen. Wizards don't get many. And I don't have sorcery points anymore. So I'm going to accept the retcon graciously from my DM, and I'll get that back. And I'll just dash.
Perfect. Sometimes it's okay to be nice.
You kill a cat, you get someone a spell slot.
That brings us to the halfling. He deftly skids on his heels and turns around facing you all and looks up, round face, heavy breaths.
I can pay for whatever you
This
did.
small, maybe 3.5 foot tall figure. Pretty quick for his size, but looks up at you. All right. Game respects game, my friends. We could use some lot like yourselves in the outfit. If you let me go, I'll give you back what I stole. If you're interested in elevating yourselves, go to the fried fire, order a berry mead with lavender oil from Twice Cooked. Aye?
What?
Yeah, you want to be buried in olive oil. That's what I heard. I'm sorry.
Berry mead. I don't remember the shop, but with lavender
Roll
oil.
it back. Roll it back.
Sorry, my
Let's
ears are
make a
kind of
deal.
ringing from running. You'll have to just kind of slow it down a bit.
Let's make a deal, eh?
Right.
I'll give you what I took
Right.
if you let me go.
Okay.
Perfect.
And
We'll
then
start there.
Bury you in
And
olive
then,
oil.
no, if you're interested in elevating yourselves, we could use some folks like you in the outfit. You got skills, I could tell just by looking at you. If you're interested, you don't have to say so now. Just go to the fried fire and order a berry mead with lavender oil
Oh, right.
from the Twice Cooked.
fried fire. And olive oil. Okay, yes, just hand over the things and I'll take them back.
Jeez. He tosses down a little pouch and you hear the jingle and clanking of glass bottles inside. It's all there. You can check it.
I don't care. I just want to be in good with that guy.
All right. And he turns, and as he does, he turns on his heels and his form shrinks, and you just see a little rat that skitters away into the streets.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Did you get anything, or just did that happen?
oh no, I bought, apparently good and evil, in potion form can keep me asleep. It's safe.
What did you...
Okay.
But then he stole stuff, and I thought, oh, what better way to curry favor with the shop owner I just met than catching...
So we need to bring these back,
Yes,
is what
sorry.
you're saying?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, that was quite a run. That was, it was
We got you a
fast.
sword.
I see that, yes.
And she sort of just pulls out from the stack.
Short sword? Good for slashing.
I'm gonna snatch it and twirl it over my hand and under my hand.
Yeah. Incredibly well balanced.
Skull's a bit much, and I'll just throw mine out of its sheath and put it
That's just on the street now?
Yeah, clatters.
Weapon's only as good as who's holding it. And that's no good. It's on the ground now, isn't it? We have to go back to the potion shop.
Yeah. Hold on.
What did he take? Are they like
Oh, shit, right. What did he take?
Looking in, you see a bunch of unlabeled bottles of various different colors of potions. Cholula, you know that he he wasn't like, he may have been targeting specific things, but he was like literally just siphoning bottles into new bottles. So he probably didn't even know what he was stealing.
Yeah, I don't want to play games with that.
I think he was just taking whatever he could steal. But
Can I?
the shop owner has some really nice coats.
Okay.
You guys done with this?
The sword.
Yeah, you gonna finish that?
The sword?
Yeah.
You
see this like kind of rail thin, like scraggly older canid with long droopy ears that kind of flop down past the sides of his head. Very like basset hound, droopy eyes, but very very thin. Kind of standing there in like ratty, tattered clothes.
It's all yours. The weight gets back on the handle a bit more than the end.
Hell yeah.
Okay. We can leave.
Will you please stop?
He picks up the sword and like swings it a couple times, walks away.
I'm not a party
I'm
to
not
that.
asking any
Yeah,
questions.
Yes.
I'm gonna take the things and I'm gonna start heading back to the shop.
Yes, please.
All right.
Level palace.
As you re-enter through the bubbles and are once again greeted by the warm scent of cinnamon and ginger. A dragon flies down from the skies.
You know, for a brief moment when he turned into a mouse, I thought about chasing him again, and then I thought about the fact that Alma put a ghost cat in me earlier today, and I haven't had a chance to really reprimand her for it.
You could have had like I don't remember what the play is called. I think it was like a Tom and Jerry moment where you could have chased the mouse, but
Thomas and Gerald, the
Welcome
play.
back.
the play.
Oh,
Thank you so much. These thieves are getting much more lively these days. I appreciate it. Yes, I've collected all of the empty bottles. I'll get everything back where it's supposed to be. Thank you for collecting this for me.
Of course.
Yeah, he hands you back 100 gold. Call it a discount for jumping the line. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, and
Happy
I
to
appreciate
help.
it. Well, I should get back to work.
right.
Thank you again. What were your names?
Oh.
Cholula.
I'm Silas.
Cholula Duvet.
Not a
Right.
group together then?
Oh, we're the Mistwalkers.
No. It's pretty cool.
Oh, good.
He goes back to his work.
That felt weird.
Chasing a person through the street?
No, but I felt so vulnerable saying Mistwalkers. That was weird. I was like waiting for how he. Did he seem impressed? Did he seem like good about it?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
I want to know.
Nah, it's fine. It's probably like a 7.
Not even a little bit impressed. He's like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess.
Insight?
Yeah. 5? Maybe it's not that good of a name.
Maybe we should have come into the door and said, "The Mistwalkers have saved the day."
We should have.
That might have maybe landed it a bit harder.
As someone who's had a nickname for a pretty long time, if you just sort of like present it like that, it comes
Oh,
off
what's your
as
nickname?
Have you burst into a room and said apostate before?
yeah. I
Oh.
thought it
Is that your nickname?
is what the silver stake.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had
Well,
like...
when I was younger, I thought it sounded kind of edgy.
No,
You know,
it's
like-
a bad word.
Well, I didn't know maybe you got called like Rory or Aura or something like
Yeah.
that instead
Oh
of whole,
no,
you
no!
know,
Like I
different
had
nickname.
like a positive nickname. It's just been Aurora or apostate or blasphemer or.
I won't call you apostate. I'm
No.
sorry.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
promise not to call you apostate.
Well,
Does that-
I just mean that, like, you know, sometimes when you're testing out a new name, it kind of
Yeah, just different deliveries.
yeah,
of it,
you just have to figure out how it works for you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
16-year-old Aurora being like, "I'm the apostate," it
Right.
work out as well.
I love the energy though
Right.
that you
Yeah.
went into it with.
It sounded metal.
Should we have nicknames within the group? You know, like I
Like
can't walk up to
code
someone and
names?
say, yeah, like I can't. I am Silas from the Mistwalker. You know, should I be like? I don't know. I kind of got myself into the end of a sentence here.
You know what? Well, let's all think about that while we're traveling. Can we go? Did you get what you need?
Right. Yes.
Can I be scrap?
No.
The only nickname I've ever had is Luli.
In fairness, right now, Scrap is in Silas, so it makes most sense for him to be Scrap.
Point of order, I should say it is scraps with an S. It's plural.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Right.
Scraps.
On account of, all the cheese.
You did love cheese, huh? Well,
I think we can, actually.
oh, did you know what? I found out that the shop owner, the reason that I decided to tell him
Right.
that the men were stealing from him in the first place, they went to the college that my mother apparently was a professor at, along with this what was his name? Tim. That's not Tim.
Tippin?
Tippend.
Tippend. Tippend Virgalore?
Vergalore.
Yeah.
The one that said that they were missing.
Did he know anything?
No, just that he took a class
He hasn't caught up in a while.
from my mother and was, just sort of, I wonder how she's doing. I was like, oh, missing. I thought
Same.
she was dead. Or whatever, but, so that's funny.
No,
I never
that's
run into
terrible.
I had never run into anybody who knew anyone I was related to before, so
Takes a bit of practice,
I thought I would
You
stop
just have to
someone
work
from.
on delivery, right?
Yeah, I suppose
From
so.
the sounds of it, you're home. You never really had anyone who knew your family before, so
Right.
you
I
might
just was led to believe that they were close by somewhere else, but it's interesting. So I guess now we're ready to head towards this forest and fight a froghemoth and find a
good.
couple of missing people in the same area, and then on to Kalima, and maybe we can visit this college, Wiltbloom College of Magic.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah.
a bit of a itinerary in front of us.
You said you learned your magics. Did you go to the college, the Wiltbloom College of Magic?
No. No.
Just kind of studying books on your own?
Had a real interest, sort of just picked it up along the way. That's what I've been doing, just sort of traveling. I haven't really stayed in a city for longer than maybe 3 weeks at a time. But just sort of hop in between them, pick up weird jobs, learn what you can.
Alright. Well,
You've made it on your own this whole time.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't let me go back home myself.
Yeah.
So I've just sort of been hopping around. Libraries are pretty nice. They'll let you stay if you're willing to read or help or reshelf things, and honestly, any sort of school is pretty chill about you staying there and working. So access to information, access to books, more spells I can learn. Helps when you can see them.
interesting.
About how long do you think this trip will be?
Do I know how long it takes to get?
You were
Should have looked
told.
at the map.
It's like
So,
3 days, right?
just a point of order so that you're all aware. The contract to find Amir Flasham is to essentially explore the Trollvane ruins and find him and return him to Lúgrív.
Or news of him?
Or news of him, yes.
we have a 10-day to do it.
Yeah, which you were told travel, barring any getting lost or anything of that nature, should be about 2 days there and 2 days back.
So just 2 days.
That's also where was the froghemoth?
That's also where the Froghemoth is said to prowl within the Trollvane ruins. However, the other missing person,
Brimstone.
Baldric Brimstone, he went missing in Lúgrív, and the
But he
suspect.
said that he starts his or no, that was the other guy.
Yeah. This one was
Yeah.
supposed to be a training.
Yeah,
and
you guys can.
we haven't checked the house yet.
Yeah, you guys could recall from, even probably from the town crier, that you met the Mastiff Canid, that the Carnegie Hall Festival is in 210 and this guy is supposed to be fighting in that, but went missing. He trains at the Crimson Coliseum, or at the Crimson Coliseum, the Crimson Court, with Xander Silvertusk, and the person who is suspected is
Hi, Free Fang.
Kai Freefang, and he lives in the northern upper area of Lúgrív and is the current king of carnage. He won.
Oh, there is a king of the Crimson Court.
He is technically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he won the Carnegie Hall Festival the last year, so he
That's
is the returning champion.
Okay. Well, we have more time for that one. So I guess we'll just head to this troll vein place and we'll look for Flosham and possibly find a froghemoth around, and we can get you an umbrella made.
But really, I did not expect it to be kind of a side mission of sorts. I really just thought someone would have an umbrella.
Well, at least
Laying
we
around.
know what we might be coming up against in that area.
No, yeah,
so
that's a good sign. Can I?
we'll find Flosham and then come back here with news or with him, and then I guess we go back. Then we go to Kalima.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
And we have everything we need for 4 days of travel.
Yeah,
I believe so.
something like it. I think I've got. Oh, and can I grab one of the swords that Alma is carrying and push her to the ground?
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Can I kick my father?
We'll see.
Absolutely.
And if you wouldn't mind making, we'll call this a grapple check.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so
For
sorry. I
strength?
forget there's mics here. I just crack my knuckles
Same.
like 24/7.
I need to
They
get my-
hurt.
Yeah, I need to get my fidget cube thing
I'm
back
sorry
down
if
here.
you hate that sound.
Strength?
I love you for that.
I think technically it is an athletics check, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Oh boy, 23.
I got a 16.
Alma, you are disarmed and knocked prone.
If you're going to carry two swords, you're going to need to know where they are. We have a trip ahead of us. You'll need to be on your toes, so then I'll pick her back up.
I take his hand, and as I do it, I'm going to use my telekinetic shove to.
That's a strength saving throw?
Yeah.
19.
I think that saves.
I just take my
You
sword
feel
back.
you feel like these cold hands grabbing at your shoulders, and you hear this internal, almost whisper that just goes, and the hands like let go instinctively.
We'll talk about what just happened inside of my head in a bit. If you're going to use magic, you'll want to not do it from your back. And I'll pull her to her feet.
Do you guys fight like this often?
Out of curiosity, though, I did get a 16 on that roll. Can I add it to my training?
Yeah.
Because that's only a DC 12.
Yeah. So yeah, your DC goes up to 13.
Have a complicated past, but I think this is sort of like a training bonding type of experience that they do, but they don't really acknowledge it that way.
Oh. That's fair.
The mist thing,
No,
it's
it's-
sort of separated them. And
I think I read a book once about like repressed feelings and such. So like I guess that parents
So
hard.
Aurora, point of order. Aurora, you're kind of leading the way a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You are aware that there are 2 entry and exit points to Lúgrív. It is a partially walled city with its back to the sea. There's a north gate and a south gate. Which one would you like to head to? The north gate is where you guys entered from.
Mhm.
Same.
Oops, all my
I
boats.
did not mean to exhale. That's how good that was. That was a Mountain Dew. Fresh to the neck.
You guys were not a youthful cast. Sorry.
Okay. Kalima is to the south, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Southwest.
I thought so.
Then yeah, I'll take the south gate.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Perfect. So, as you make your way to the southern gate, exiting the outer wall of Lúgrív, you begin traveling southwest of the city into the lush greenery and hills that flank Lúgrív opposite the Sea of Squalls. The craggy and worn stone road is quickly enshrouded in twisting vines and leaves the size of halflings. Certain portions of the road are hidden by eroded, reddish dirt of the landscape, and in some areas the road itself becomes steps leading up sharp hills. You probably some of you ponder how a cart would get around with goods in areas like these. Who knows? Hills and plateaus. Occasionally, the tree cover opens up to reveal gorgeous views. You see hills and these large plateaus that kind of jut up with their red stone against the greenery that are just shrouded in glistening mist from flowing waterfalls that spill forth from them. All manner of insects, birds, and other creatures call out to one another, saturating the air with chirps, hoots, and howls. Some familiar, but many that none of you have ever heard before, except for Aurora. Could I have one of you roll a d6, please?
I'd say the leader does it this time.
Five.
We're all dead.
I killed you.
As you're traveling through, and again, the landscape changes drastically from place to place. Like sometimes it's thick and muggy, and you're walking through these dense trees that are covered in moss, and then you'll step through to an open field that's just kind of got these rolling hills. And eventually, you enter a thick wood of these kind of white-trunked aspen trees that are just everywhere. And as you're walking, you happen across a beautiful open area surrounded by these aspen woods. There's a large plunge pool that stands before you, glimmering green. And it's not for a couple seconds that you realize that you don't hear anything. And you notice that the waterfall feeding into the pool from about 60 feet up is completely frozen solid, as is the pool itself. Would you guys like to
Like ice?
hang out here?
Frozen like it's ice?
Would you like to investigate and check it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap on the surface of the water.
Yeah, you tap. It is cold to the touch and frozen solid.
Do I?
And I should mention it is like tropical and temperate here.
Yeah, does it resemble ice, I guess is what I think she was trying to get to?
It is frozen water.
Okay.
I
I
didn't-
didn't,
We weren't sure if you meant like frozen in time.
Oh no! It is solid and cold to the touch. And there's actually now upon looking what your brain just kind of interpreted as like waterfall mist. The mist is actually this kind of like cool. What is the term for that? The cold smoke.
We've reached it, people. Get in the chat if you know what cold smoke is.
It's fog or mist, right?
Yeah, there's
It'd be like a fog.
Yeah, there's like a
vapor?
cool,
It's just
a
like
cool,
condensation.
Yes, a cool vapor
Maybe,
just kind
yeah.
of wisps off of this frozen waterfall. Everybody make a perception check.
Perception.
Oh, yes. Okay.
23.
23,
10.
10,
13.
13,
15.
15. All right. Alma and Aurora, upon inspection and going and kind of like knocking on it, it is frozen solid.
Okay.
And you see a glint that catches your eye. You notice that the bottom of this little plunge pool is just coated with gold coins scattered across the bottom. 15, you said?
Yeah.
Cholula, you notice the glinting gold coins. You kind of step out onto, after like realizing that it is frozen solid all the way to the bottom, you kind of step out carefully onto the pool, looking around, and there appears to be a cave opening behind the frozen waterfall. It does appear to be inaccessible due to the thick ice of the waterfall that is frozen in place there. And yeah, you just see this kind of like cave opening that kind of leads in, but it's heavily distorted and hard to tell what's going on in there. Silas, you step out behind Cholula onto the pool, and in the center, beneath the ice, you can just make out the translucent form of what appears to be a young woman. A water genasi, frozen solid, with a look of solemn sadness on her face.
There's a woman down here.
What? Huh?
Look.
As he points it out, you can just faintly make out the outline of this strange, translucent genasi figure.
Does anyone have and I'll just pour out a bit of water to see if I can get the image more clear from the top of the ice.
Yeah, you do so. It does for a moment, and then instantly freezes the water that you poured on.
I'm okay. This is probably obvious. Is this magic?
Make an Arcana check.
Listen, if she didn't ask,
Totally,
I was gonna ask.
totally natural.
Dirty 20.
Yes,
Oh,
this
good.
appears to be some.
Okay.
This appears to be. You remember? You recall back in Windfell, just outside of Waterdeep, there is an expanse of land known as the Hillock Sea, which is an area where it is said that a wild magic surge took place years in the past that that gave the ground the movement of an ocean. So there's this kind of strange, unnatural hills, like a sea frozen in time. You get the sense that something similar probably happened here, and is probably a lot more common in Mystanor, based on all of the things that you've heard people saying about how the magic is wild and strange. Something like that must have happened,
How
taken place here.
far out are we from the city?
You guys have been traveling for the better part of a day, nearing sunset.
Can I?
I think you left at noon, midday.
A little bit before.
I'm just running a little test here. I'm trying to figure out when things start to get weird. Is kind of where I'm at,
Yeah.
and whether or not I'm still able to do what I think I'm supposed to be able to do.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to use my mage hand to just grab a leaf off a tree.
Okay. You reach out to what?
Fuck yeah, dude.
You reach out to your spirits, and a spectral hand plucks a leaf from one of the trees nearby and hands it to you.
Okay.
You want me to let it on fire?
Do you think it'll work?
It has some matches.
Sure. Yeah.
What are we lighting on fire?
The leaf?
I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Just watch
Sorry.
these things. I'm gonna climb to see if I can see how far out it's frozen.
Okay, I assume you're trying to climb the cliff next to the waterfall,
Yeah.
not trying to climb a frozen waterfall.
Yes.
Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Silas would.
And not admit it's a mistake because he's a dad. Nope, I got it. That's a natural 20.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot
It's
what
like
I
you're
did
tired
last time.
of them.
It rolled behind my phone, and then I sat back and I was like, "Oh, that's not a 14 at all."
What is it that you're trying to? So on your athletics check, fucking easy. Yeah, you must have done some rock climbing in your younger days. Is the only way that you can attest to this.
Yeah.
Is that it was simple getting up to the top.
Climbing like a cat.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah.
What was it? So dexterous, so light.
So ghost.
So ghost. Let.
I'm trying to see, because you said the waterfall itself was frozen. I'm trying to see if this entire river or creek thing is frozen back to it.
So you reach the top of this kind of small plateau that juts up out of the ground, surrounding it, and the waterfall is actually not connected to any above ground water source. It appears to be frozen, emerging from the rock.
Okay. And then I'll make my way back down. No, I'll just standing up there kind of scout ahead.
Yeah,
while
make a
these-
perception check.
While these three do a scene. That's a nat 1. That's how you get both ends of the spectrum, kiddos.
You're so distracted by just the strange beauty of this weird frozen oasis below you. It's hard to look outwardly because what's in front of you is so fascinating.
I have a table thing.
Hesitating.
But
Oh, yeah, 'cause you rolled the
do your
natural
thing, I'll
one.
figure it out.
You roll a d4, correct? And see.
Yeah. But
Oh yeah, either
I
a
never,
good thing or a bad thing.
I never remember the
happens.
parameters. I have it in a folder. It's
Yeah, the rest of you are down on the frozen surface of the pond.
Is there anything you think we can do? I can't.
I mean, I've got a few things. I could use a hammer and a crowbar and try to just break into the ice and basically dig our way down to this woman.
I'm mostly just scared we'll hurt her.
Yeah, I could also light a torch and try to very slowly melt the ice. Or I have a little bit of oil, which we could burn, but it may not really get too far down either.
We can just try regular fire and see. It seems like it refreezes really fast. I think maybe magically it might be impossible without knowing exactly what happened to do this in the first place.
Can I see the sort of the look on the lady's face down there?
Yeah, once she was pointed out to you, you can all see this kind of like sorrowful, wistful look.
Do you think she did this? Trapped herself here on purpose?
Could one infer that from this expression?
You can infer whatever you want to infer from this expression.
Have I heard of this place at all?
No. But I would say that, Aurora, you are aware that there are hundreds of thousands of strange scenes like this littered across the entire continent. Weird shit happens in Mystanor, and people don't really question it. I will also say, if any of you have access to like parchment and ink and stuff, you could chart your way as you go, and essentially make your own map of things if you wanted.
Sounds like a job.
Yeah, I think I just have paper first.
You don't have to. It's a suggestion. This is a possibility.
No, this is something she was already mentally taking notes on, so it sounds right up her alley.
If we try to break our way down through the ice, and then when we get closer to the woman, we could light fire and try to melt the ice around her specifically. I'm worried that she wants to be there, or maybe she's dead. I don't know.
Why don't we? There's kind of a lot that we have going on right now, and nothing bad is happening to her in the ice.
So, like, we should just leave her here?
We just maybe dog ear this. Or we can spend the evening digging in ice.
Maybe we make camp here and we just light our campfire on the ice and let it slowly melt
Can I
overnight.
If that's an option.
take out a piece of paper and a little bit of ink and a pen and just write in as big words as I can, do you need help, and hold it above where she is below?
Yeah, you do so, and there's no reaction. You see the eyes are kind of like half closed, looking. So she's kind of laying on her back, and the eyes are kind of half closed, looking down from her perspective, so kind of like towards the shore. The bank.
Can I look at where she's looking?
Yeah, you see rocks and beautiful aspen trees, the trunks that surround this little waterfall glade.
I'm gonna knock on the ice.
Yeah, it kind of hurts a little bit. It's very solid.
I'm gonna crouch down. I'm gonna look at her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna send a spirit whisper.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, do you want help?
There's a brief pause. She does not speak.
Okay, well, I can't get anything out of her.
I've probably climbed down by now.
Yeah.
I will say, things like this kind of do happen. The magic does sort of do this here. I can keep note of it. I'll make a little picture, and that way we know where she is, in case we ever want to try again. But I think right now she's content, and we are okay.
Alright.
We can... Okay, let's try to break through some of the ice. If it doesn't instantly refreeze on us, we'll see how far we can get.
Alright.
Um,
I'm gonna grab one of my pythons and my hammer, and I'm gonna try to see if I can get through any of the ice, and then use the... Do I have a shovel?
Okay, so are you trying to dig down in the ice towards the figure, or are you trying to dig through the waterfall towards the cave?
I'm gonna start with the figure.
Okay. Make a strength check.
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna be doing a similar thing. I'm just gonna, like, hammer and python, like, try to dig chunks out.
I got a 2 earlier, and I guess my shadow would kind of like reach out and like mimic what you're doing, giving you +2 to that.
That makes it a dirty 20.
Nice. Yeah, you dig some chunks out, and you get some like decent chunks out between the two of you, but you realize that this is a relatively deep pool, as plunge pools tend to be. And she's down there. Yeah, but you do see that you chisel the ice away and kind of like push it off to the side. And after a few moments, the chunks do kind of freeze where you place them, but it doesn't like refill itself. So the divots that you left are there and present.
Okay, so it looks like we can get through at least. Did you, there's a cave opening behind the waterfall. Should we try to get through? Maybe we can make camp there for the night?
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
We do have a bit on our plate, as it were, I think.
You said it was like the sun was setting though, right?
Yeah, pretty soon.
How long, looking at this waterfall and the progress that we made in the lake, how long would it take us to break through enough to get to the cave?
Make an investigation check.
That is a 21.
21. With the pythons, probably take you some time. With Cholula's crowbar, probably faster. Definitely faster than you could get to the person submerged in the pool.
Quick enough that we could, like, actually camp?
Yeah, on an investigation
By the time we got
check, best guess, it's maybe 2 feet thick of ice.
Okay.
The waterfall itself.
Do I know if a lightning bolt can melt ice? Fuck yeah, dude.
You're not certain. You'd have to try. I would say you're aware that lightning is plasma, and plasma is hot.
So I have a little bit of an idea. But I need everyone to move and give me a lot of space.
Absolutely. No problem.
Do you guys remember the fight and I sort of just like sent a really big flashy thing? I need much more room than that. And for you guys to not stand within 5 feet of the ray or...
Alma is already like 30 feet back the other direction towards the shore.
I'm like on the bank, yeah.
Perfect.
Not a problem.
Okay.
And then Aurora sort of positions herself to where she's maybe about like 30 or 40 feet away from the entrance of the cave. And can I cast Lightning Bolt
Absolutely.
at it?
So it's just hands on his hips, and arms crossed.
Like a dad.
As you do,
Definitely.
roll a d20 for me real quick.
19.
19. Okay. You cast your spell, and this dagger-shaped bolt of light zigzags through the air before... go ahead and roll damage. Waterfall's not going to do great on a dexterity saving throw, especially when it's frozen.
Oh.
I desire to pick up that many dice.
4, 8, 18, 26.
Times
26 total.
Mm-hmm.
You blast a good chunk out of this waterfall. The lightning bolt doesn't go all the way through to the other side, but it does get about halfway through.
Well, that definitely made things easier.
Figured it might help.
And you see as these kind of chunks of ice from the waterfall clatter down and like slide for a moment before coming to a stop and then freezing in place on the pond.
I gotta save those, so I'm not gonna do that
No
again.
worries. How thick is it?
In the area where she blasted, there's about a 5-foot area that is now only a foot thick.
Okay.
I could give it a shot of something.
No, that doesn't seem too thick. This could be a good place for you to put those blades to work if you wanted to do a bit of a workout.
Aren't they gonna get ruined on ice?
No.
Okay, fine.
It's sharp.
Okay. I will pull out my swords,
Mm-hmm.
which I have not added to my inventory.
You're going to use both.
I put a sword away.
No, it was just a question. I need to know. I
There's
think,
like a 5-foot area, right? Can I work with my crowbar and not get hit by the swords while she's swinging them
That depends on
around?
how good I am
Potentially.
at swords. Probably. I'm decent. I'm not. This isn't a disaster waiting to happen.
Okay. I mean, I'd say like we're about to try to sleep, but I don't know what's in the fucking cave, so yeah, I'm gonna start using the crowbar.
Okay.
Trying to break
Make an
through.
athletics check.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying to like main hand, offhand,
Okay.
back and forth.
Make 2 attack rolls. The first one, make an attack with a short
Is
sword.
normal,
Yeah.
and the
Second
other one is
one,
without my proficiency.
perfect.
Okie dokie.
Three.
First one is 25.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Second one, okay, minus my proficiency, but with my dexterity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 18.
18 also hits. Go ahead and roll 2d6 plus your dexterity times 2
Yes.
for once for each hit.
That is 8 plus 6,
14?
14.
14. I short circuited.
Yeah. You are making some decent headway. Cholula, you're trying to help with your crowbar, but keep like having to dodge out of the way of these wild sword swings.
I'm sweating.
Also, what is Alma doing?
I'm just gonna keep going until I've.
Yeah, make 2 more attacks.
Same.
You want to square
Make another athletics check.
your shoulders and visualize the end of the swipe. Does that make sense? You know where the blade is going to be.
That's over there. That's that first one is gonna be a 9. And the second one is gonna be a 9.
Thankfully, those will both hit the stationary waterfall. Go ahead and roll damage again.
Okay.
Athletics?
2.
2.
Silas, can you try?
If you just watch her,
Yeah,
she seems to get flustered easily.
I watch from over here.
I throw an ice chunk at Silas and keep going.
Not in this
11.
round, you don't.
11.
11 points of damage.
Yeah.
With 2 more swings, kind of one across and then the other across the other direction. There's this X shape that you create that then kind of cracks outward, and the waterfall itself crumbles, leaving just this kind of point downward, and the cave beneath is accessible.
Oh, good enough. I'm gonna take the crowbar back.
Yeah. I'll just have to get you into moving targets and putting those blades away faster too.
I put my blades away.
I'm gonna cautiously enter the cave and look around.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Why? Everything now?
Oh no!
It's her new self-help book.
That's a 4. Why did we...
That's just adulthood.
Entering, you see a narrow, not too narrow, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, cave opening that leads into darkness, which you can see mostly through. And yeah, you see that the cave kind of goes in and curves a bit out of sight.
Okay.
What's it look like?
It looks like a cave. I think this little, the mouth area should be good enough to set up camp and have some coverage.
Should we check it out a little further?
Sure, if you want. I
Are
don't know
you-
how long this has been frozen over, but if anything's inside, it wouldn't have been able to get out food. Unless there's an opening somewhere else, I guess.
We could also just try and barricade off the back of the cave. And we'll be taking watch.
Okay. I trust you guys. And then Aurora is just gonna cast dancing lights, but in like all 4 beams in the form of just like an Aurora-sized human right next to her. I'm just gonna keep this on for a little bit. It's too dark for me.
Oh, we can have a fire or something if you want.
Just until we can get something going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Does she seem okay?
Make
At the
an
mention of
insight.
darkness?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Aurora, what is your passive investigation?
15.
15? From the light illuminated from your dancing lights and your position inside the cave, you can just kind of see around the bend a little bit. And you see what looks to be a kind of makeshift straw bed, as well as a small, like roughly hewn stool of some kind that appears to have a little book sitting on it, just further into the cave a little bit. Insight?
15.
15. Aurora, what does a 15 insight gain when you mention that it's too dark?
Something is off. It is not the darkness.
Okay.
Hey, so we're not by ourselves. Well, maybe we are, but someone lives here. There's a bed and a book. I want to know what book it is.
I'm gonna start walking forward.
I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
Looking around, does it look like anybody's been here in the last year?
Make an investigation check.
Is the book How to Unfreeze a Waterfall and Alienate People?
In 10 days.
12. There is. Well, let me put it this way: are you following Cholula and Aurora, or are you just checking out this portion of the cave?
I'm looking around. If
Okay.
that requires
Yeah,
wandering.
it's not a super deep cave. It like kind of curves around, and as the two of you approach, you see that it ends there, and the only things in here are straw bed and this little stool with the book, and there is a small, kind of nice vase that is empty. With that investigation check, you see thick layers of this kind of reddish dust that you imagine is just kind of natural erosion from the cave itself is coating everything.
Yeah, I think somebody lived here, but nothing's been here in a long time.
They got locked
And
out.
I kind of like crumble the dust off of my hands.
How small is this vase?
How small is the space?
The vase.
The vase.
The balls.
The walls.
I thought you said face at first, and I was like, whose face?
How small is the face
like
that I
right
see? What?
It's a normal sized head with a little tiny
The
face.
vase, probably about the size of Taylor's water cup that he has over here.
Mr. Cup.
Looks to be ceramic. If you want to show those at home. No,
says
not
Mr.
that.
Cup.
Not that one. The water one.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's about that big. Ceramic, looks nicely made. Investigating it further and kind of looking down inside, you can see that there's a kind of brownish sludge at the bottom that you imagine may have been flowers at some point that are no longer.
But it's like cute.
Yeah.
So I should make a fire up here then.
Yeah, I can help.
Aurora, you pick up the book.
yeah. What secrets does it hold?
As you flip through it, it's a small brown leather journal, and it describes the life of a young water genasi who was plagued by surges of wild magic that seemed to follow her wherever she went. She fled her village after a surge of wild magic nearly killed her younger sister and sought refuge here, alone in the wilds. The most recent entry describes a growing sense of loneliness and sadness and missing her family, and is dated about 75 years ago.
Guys, she's depressed.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the lady outside.
Oh.
She left home and she's sad. And she's lonely. I think the magic is connected to... Oh, sorry. She's been plagued by wild magic. And I think the magic might be connected to her emotions. Oh. I'll be right back.
Aurora steps back outside the cave and starts writing a new note on a piece of paper. Something along the lines of, I think the water, like the magic is connected to your emotions. Stop being sad.
Cheer up,
She's
Buttercup.
depressed. Stop being sad.
Have you tried being in a good mood?
Don't do
Try
that.
going for a walk, exercising, going out in the sun.
Everyone
Go for a
loves
swim.
that.
Oh.
Karen.
Get it active.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Of course, that's right.
Because there are leagues of differences between you.
5.
There's no
I
reaction.
think maybe you got to her.
But you also get the sense, getting the real sense of depth here now after the kind of chisel went through and realizing like, oh, she seems kind of small. You think she might be too far down to be able to read what's on the page. And there's no telling how distorted it is by the ice refracting light and, you know, science stuff.
Cool.
No, go
You,
on.
you guys know.
Aurora's gonna take out a little book and then just sort of make note of this woman's presence and the journal that she found.
All with pictures, I assume.
Yeah, with like a little picture of like what the environment looks like, and then take that little note that she wrote and fold it and tuck it inside.
Beautiful. The rest of you start a fire in the mouth of a cave. Yeah, Aurora heads back in, probably sitting around the fire while sketching the area and solidifying everything. And you all begin to wind down for the evening. The group of city adventurers spending their first night ever in the wilds. You take your watches? What's the order
How do you
there?
want to do this?
I'll do the first watch.
I'll take
I'll do
second.
the first watch. Sorry.
No, not you.
I'll take second.
Listen, I'll take the very last watch. I'll get up early, but I'm not staying up late.
Right?
Okay.
Fair.
Well, maybe I won't need any watching tonight, and I'll uncork a bottle and drink one of the good and evil potions.
Protection
good.
from evil and good.
And good.
And
Evil.
just for funsies, we'll say that before they were handed over to you, whenever you were describing what it is that you needed them for, that Killian broke off a little bit of this kind of bluish violet herb and placed it into each potion. And the color itself changed to that kind of violet hue. And
Does it taste like purple?
you get this. It tastes like purple, and you get the sense that he was kind of attuning it. It is a potion of protection from evil and good, and that was the specification of like Fae.
Okay.
So you drink your potion, and you all lay down for your night's rest. Is there anything that you guys would like to do throughout the evening? Cholula, you're taking first watch.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and make your perception check.
Yeah. I don't remember what I had. I was working out.
Real quick, I know.
Yeah, if you
that-
guys want to do any downtime stuff, you're welcome to do that as well.
Yeah, can I just like kind of resume that training that we started with the waterfall so that I can maybe finish out and just get some like movement in, like figure out how I'm supposed to move with two swords?
Yeah, Silas, are you gonna?
Oh, are we
Okay.
retconning the sleep time?
Well, I mean, we're gonna go through like the watches and stuff. This is like as you're preparing to lay down.
Okay.
So if there's any downtime stuff you want to do before
Yeah.
bed, I was gonna say if you would like to help, then you could be, instead of attacking a waterfall through the night, you could just be kind of
Exactly.
guiding the form in the movements, and
So
this would give you
it's
advantage.
going to be kind of broad, but
Okay.
we're going to start with.
Actually, it's
Just-
a short sword.
Very good. Caught me off guard with that one. But
Nope.
you. You'll just need to, work on where you're facing and your form. You place your shoulders at your enemy, and then rotate your entire truck to get the follow through. Does that make sense? It's going to be right. It's
Let's
going to
find
be more
out.
specific whenever I find out what your fighting style is. But for now, let's just start here.
I love this idea, and like fully support it. Of like, you don't like go to a place to learn a specific fighting style. It's just like see what works best for you, and then we will cultivate that.
Yeah.
I think that's rad.
Do what you think you should be doing,
I've
and
seen
we'll
her
work from there.
like blow on a key and scare someone, or like put a spike in her head, and so like I'm not gonna train her in swords. I'm gonna train her in defending herself.
Yeah, that's fair.
Am I using my swords or my dex for?
It's the same thing. You swing,
Well, but my
swing your
swords
swords.
have proficiency.
So we'll say that this would be in like making attack rolls. Yes.
Okay. 24.
That's a success. And your DC goes up to 14?
Yeah.
Perfect. Cholula, what are you working on?
I'm working on my gains.
Hell yeah. Doing some push-ups,
Yeah, in honor of Ollie.
some sit-ups and stuff. Go ahead and
Listening
make your
to
roll.
Chris Gaines.
This will be an athletics check.
It's a 7.
7. It's been a long day of hiking through weird terrain, and you're tired. You get a few push-ups in, but you're already so sleepy, and you've got first watch, so you probably call it a little early, but you got some reps in, so you don't feel like you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Aurora, straight to bed.
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful.
I'll Okay, now just from your starting position, just swing at me. I was wondering, and it doesn't have to be now. Go ahead and
Attack
swing.
roll.
We'll
With
talk.
the sword?
Yes. Was wondering if you wanted to maybe
22.
teach me a bit more about my shadow thing, as I'm not really.
We'll say because you're
Tuned to it.
sparring and training, I'm not going to make you deal damage to each other.
Well, I mean, you kind of just have to stop making so many demands. Just kind of ask more politely, and not in your way politely, but in the way that everybody else is polite.
That's fine.
You know, like, maybe don't say please like you're already mad.
Okay. Right. So just having a conversation with it then.
Yeah, just be nice
Like,
to
oh,
him.
if it isn't too much of a bother, can you blind that person over there, please?
Yeah,
Swing. Nope, at me. I know you want to, just do it.
I'm gonna
Make an
fling
attack
my
roll.
sword back, and I'm gonna try and, like, kick his legs out from under him.
Yeah, make an attack roll. This is going to be strength based.
Well, that's just simply cocked.
Sure.
But it didn't matter because that's a 4.
She goes to sweep the leg, and you definitely just kind of like jump over it.
It's fine. Don't
Okay.
get frustrated.
It's just, you
no
have
one-
to... You want everything too fast. You want everything right now. That's just not how these things work, you know? These things are just as stuck with us as we are with them, so just try to imagine what it's like to be tethered to somebody and dragged around against your will. And then imagine how you'd like to be asked to do something.
Okay.
So,
I'm-
like, for example, when I need my shadow blade, I'm not just like, give it here, you shadowy prick. I'm just kind of like, hey, man, please, I really could use this. I'm in kind of a tight spot. And then he just wiggles his way on over, and I have a blade, and I hold my hand out, and I get my shadow blade.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give that a shot. Thank you. Really.
Just trying to relate to him.
I think I can. Look at his clothes. It's
You just start talking shit about
no. It's not that. Weren't you doing push-ups?
doing squats.
Oh, okay. You're changing it up. That's good. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. Yes.
What does the fairy want from you? What did they actually ask for?
They wanted to make another deal.
For what?
They just wanted to make another deal. I can't.
What do they want?
You know what they want. Probably what I care about the most. Something I'm willing to trade. It's kind of twofold there. I'm not willing to give up anything right now. And I know that they wouldn't give me exactly what I wanted. Well, they would.
How
You
many
know.
potions were you able to get?
2.
You told me you had enough.
There's more on the morrow. I'm going to try to pass the next one out. Maybe spread it out over, half of a sleep or something. That's all he had. I wasn't really expecting anything.
Okay, well, we should get some rest while we can then. And I go to bed.
All right. Cholula, if you wouldn't mind making a perception check for first watch.
I rolled it when you asked earlier. Do you want me to re-roll it?
No, if you remember.
It's 21. I left it there, so I
Nice.
wouldn't forget.
Ooh, hot dang.
Oh, damn. We are not leaving any camps.
No, she just sees it
Not
happen.
willingly.
The night passes
Maybe.
quietly. You hear the occasional rustling of leaves outside from gentle breezes. And do you guys keep the fire going while you're asleep?
Is it
I
super
do.
cold?
I would. It would be the candle replacement, so I can watch my friend before
Okay.
I fall asleep.
Perfect. So yeah, it's not cold. It is a little bit chilly in the cave without the fire, so you're probably glad to have it.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, your watch passes without incident.
Nice. Who said they were going second? Okay, I'll wake up all in then.
Alma, make a perception check, please.
12.
Same thing. It's quiet. There's all of these strange kind of like white noise within the cave itself, formed by the echoing of all of these chirps and hums and buzzes of the various bugs and creatures that inhabit these wild areas around you. And it's strange and different, but somehow exciting and calming at the same time. There is something innately exciting about exploring a new place. A place that, by the sounds of it, hasn't been widely explored, even by the adventurers who live here. Because you could tell, based on the fact that this frozen pond hasn't been like healing itself from where you've broken things, like the waterfall isn't getting lower in the night, the divots are still there in the plunge pool outside. You get the sense that, at least in the last 75 years, you're the only ones who tried to do anything like that here. That maybe doesn't necessarily mean you're the only ones who have come across it, but you're the only ones who made it this far, which is compelling. And before you know it, your watch passes.
I will remain up for Silas's watch and wake Aurora at fourth watch.
Okay. You awake Silas?
No.
Oh, you don't wake up Silas. Gotcha. Let him get some rest. Make a Constitution saving throw.
That is 16, 17, 18, 22.
22. You do not take a point of exhaustion, thankfully, and will still get the benefits of your long rest after, in the wee hours of the morning, waking Aurora for her watch.
Sorry. The sun will be up soon, though.
Okay.
I'll go check on the fire and do like a gentle little like mom walk around the group just to make sure everyone's okay and fine.
Make an insight check, first of all.
A mom walk around.
Listen, I just want to pop my head in and make sure you guys are doing okay.
You mumble under your breath like, oh, they're so cute when they're sleeping.
16.
16. Yeah, everyone appears to be restfully sleeping. No one is sweating or fidgeting. Everyone looks peaceful.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna sit up with the little catalog book of weird things that I found and just work on that drawing while I listen for stuff.
For sure. Make... I know what I would say. What skill do you think would be used to determine the quality of these drawings? Because I could see it being performance, but I could also see it being like dexterity with proficiency.
Okay. I would honestly probably do history based on Aurora's ability to recall stuff, and just sort of like accurately replicate.
Yeah, I like that. Go ahead and make a history check.
8.
8. It's not your best work. It's a rough sketch, but also it's early, and you didn't want to be awake yet. And I think we can all relate. Me most of all. You don't want to wake up and draw first thing in the morning. It's not that fun. It doesn't seem that fun until you start doing it. But
I can't even tie my shoes in the morning. Like,
and go ahead and make your perception check as well
shoes.
for the watch. Also, just as a point of note, Silas, on this evening, your dreams are your own. What, if you want to divulge, is Silas dreaming about?
you know, like when dreams are like the little parts of the day you've like kind of glimpsed, like only when you wake up you're like, oh, I did see that. I don't know who that person is, but I saw that person. It's that, but it's everyone's like waist, like where their weapons would lie. He's just walking through like his normal everyday dream is just him scanning for threats. But it's just a dream version.
Yeah, and that's his happy place.
Or sitting down and knowing where the doors are.
Yeah,
Are they locked?
you feel incredibly secure.
I got an 11.
11. There is a point where you can just begin to see the sun peeking through the trees, and it is a beautiful sight seeing the sunrise through this aspen forest rising up over this frozen pond that appears to have accumulated extra frost over the night that begins to vaporize and rise off the surface. And as sad as it may have been for, or may be currently for, this strange water genasi woman trapped beneath the ice, it's provided you with a beautiful sight. And I would say it inspires you to continue working. Go ahead and make another history check and add a D4 of inspiration to this one.
Inspiration. I've
She
never
says
gotten
aloud.
Nature is beautiful.
Get out there after the show. If it's safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe depending on your time zone, maybe don't.
That's a 13.
13. Yeah, you go back through, and your preliminary sketch was there was like something about the pose and the expression of the woman beneath the ice was hard to capture, but having this wave of inspiration kind of waft through you inspires you to go back and rework it, and you get a pretty close likeness. It really speaks to the feeling of reality through this artistic interpretation that you've made. And I look forward to seeing it in real life.
Oh no, a challenge. The inspiration comes with challenges.
Get in the chat.
Rad. Then I'm probably just gonna like update the entry of her journal, put it back on the bedside table, and then prepare to wake everyone at their preferred times.
Yeah. You do so. You all awaken from a nice night's sleep. Silas, you're probably expecting to take your watch, but you realize that the sun has risen.
Hey,
Alma woke you up?
yeah. I don't remember the order. I'm sorry.
No,
Was I supposed to?
No, that's fine. That's fine. If Alma isn't awake, I'm going to wake up Alma.
Yeah, we'll say she had middle watch and took a longer one, so she probably slept in past everyone else.
Hey.
Please tell me there's not another dead cat.
Yes, there is. It's you after you get done with your workouts this morning. Come on.
I'm gonna kill you this time.
Yeah, well, then you'll have to put my ghost in me, wouldn't
Drag my sorry carcass out of it.
Yeah.
Does he look same as yesterday? Worse? Okay.
He looks rested.
you? I did a long rest and it redid the points. I probably shouldn't do that.
I mean, do the long rest, just remove those points again. It was
someone in
18.
the chat earlier said you can override your
I
thing.
did. I was sheepish. about
Oh,
it.
that's what I was supposed to do during the break.
Yeah.
I ate chips instead.
I got it. I was just like, I don't want to just like keep changing it because I don't know.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out. This time I'll remember after the stream. For you, Butterfly. Thank you for the
I think it was
information.
rose stone.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect.
It's really bad and I hate doing it, but I got it.
So, you guys go through your morning routine. You can make another roll with advantage on your downtime table if you'd like.
Are there any chickens?
Yeah, kill a chicken.
Make a survival check to track down
doesn't have to be a chicken.
some wild chickens.
She's gonna roll a nat 20.
Just in game.
She's gonna roll a nat 20 and you're gonna have to pull a chicken.
That
the
was a
sound they make?
23.
Gang,
Chickens?
gang.
Those ones, the rubber ones, that you
Right.
like squish
Oh.
and they.
It was higher than your DC, so.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, can I pivot my
No, it should be
intelligence
16
to
now.
the shadow things? Not that last conversation that was introductory, but
To the shadow things.
I'm trying to learn Because I was just reading books to get my int up.
Uh-huh.
But if I could pivot that to these rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Still-
can flavor it. That was an introductory statement last time, but like we can flavor that later.
Yeah. Still trying to increase your intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Learning about my
You said
friends.
survival?
Mhm.
16.
16. You do not find chickens, but you do manage to hunt down 2 pretty thick pheasants that are like... Pheasants are already very colorful with the kind of like blue and green with the gold feathers of the tail and all of that business. These ones are like rainbow pheasant.
Ooh.
They are... Each feather is like a different color on the top than it is on the bottom. And you kind of have this moment of like crouching in the trees, arrow drawn, and you're just like, wow. And you take them out of the sky.
It must be a couple.
And yeah, you get 2 full pheasants.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, since they're so thick, I'm gonna tie one of them to my pack, and the other one I'm gonna save all the feathers, but I'm gonna make a meal
Yeah.
over the campfire. I have my pan.
Yeah, and I'm sure Cholula carries any number of spices on her.
Yeah.
And probably always collecting as you hike. So, you all awaken. The 2 of you finish your training regimen. Pass fail?
It was a pass with the 23.
Nice. So
Now
that
the
goes up
DC
to
is 15.
15. Yeah.
Yeah, babe.
Like on our run, I would just try to get as much info because like just being nice to it isn't enough. I think he would try to like trick you into like getting you tired and then trick you into talking about magic a bit more.
Yeah, it's
Just like a tad.
okay. It's like not helpful, but it is. She talks a lot about feelings,
Yeah. Vibes.
vibes,
God damn it.
looking beyond what you can see, listening, active listening,
Super cool. What's my shadow's birth chart?
making
Open your
peace
3rd
with
and
like
4th eye to make sure that you
making
get full range
peace
of
with
vision.
like your struggles and using them to push you forward. It's nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah. Make a straight
But it makes perfect
intelligence
sense
check.
to her.
This will be
I'm
Arcana.
Arcana?
Yeah.
Okay.
It won't be any worse than intelligence.
I wasn't trying to be entirely unhelpful, but I suppose I did. Sorry.
I mean, it's canon that Alma doesn't really know
No.
how magic works.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Hey, is that a natural 20?
Yeah, that's 2 Fs.
Hell yeah,
whatever
that's
that means.
that's 2 successes
But your DC only goes up by
by
one.
1.
Yep.
So you just made this whole process easier, and you've only got 1 left, huh?
1 left, and it's a 17 to get it.
Nice. Not bad.
I somehow get something out of it. I think I take maybe more of her tone than I take the words.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like training dogs.
It's interesting as she's talking about it, and you're kind of almost dissociating as she talks about it. Something clicks, and you realize that you're not listening to the words of what she's saying. You're just kind of vibing.
I like to think we're running because cardio has to be a part of it now. That like the shadow isn't. He's just like standing like cross-armed. But
Yeah,
we're
being
just, like,
dragged
jogging.
behind you.
I would like to imagine that like her dog isn't present, but he is. Like he's running alongside. Like
Yeah, he loves when you run.
loves when we run. She tries not to, but here we are.
You return a little tired, Alma, if we're being honest. However, feeling good. You've got some endorphins flowing through you now. You all have a lovely meal provided and prepared by Cholula. Some lovely, probably sautéed pheasant. And
Just
it is
like classic roasting spices.
it
Nothing
is
crazy. I don't want anybody to have a tummy ache.
it is delicious. And you all set out for your second day of travel towards the Trollvein ruins. Could I have someone else roll a d6?
Just
Reroll
me.
a 5.
I'll do it. Oh,
Oh,
do it.
I climbed atop a
Go.
waterfall earlier. I figured it might be
That's true. Yeah.
D6.
D6. Oh, right. It's a random event thing.
Yeah. And you reroll a 5. 1.
A 1. Sorry, this is an audio form for some people.
As you travel through your second day, getting to mid-afternoon, based on the placement of the sun in the sky, a light rain begins to fall. The water droplets glisten in the daylight, bending and refracting the light into luminous rainbows. It's not until you take a few steps further that you realize that there's not a cloud in the sky. You come to a series of overhanging cliffs, stepping out from the tree cover to this slightly less forested area of these large plateaus that just kind of jut out like multiple red pride rocks over you. And you see trees growing upside down from the underside of the cliffs. And you see now the source of the rainfall. Waterfalls spill upwards from the ground towards the sky and spread into this light mist that falls down above you.
Well, that's definitely atypical.
Yeah.
Some of the trees are even like hanging down, not like in your way, but you get the sense that you could like touch them and move them if you wanted. And the waterfalls as well are like spilling up from the ground around you.
Aurora just like opens her journal and starts sketching all of these upside down trees.
I wonder what anyone's named this. You guys got any guesses? Upside down land? Twirly world?
The
Walking rain?
the water rise, water up.
The upright cliffs.
The upended forest.
It's called the Ever Rain.
I've grabbed the bottom of like underhanded my sword already without knowing.
Looking over, something peculiar catches your eye. Even more peculiar than this upside down waterfall and upside down trees. You see an elven man with long, curly white hair and grayish skin leaning back in a roughly hewn wooden Adirondack chair, basking in the sunlight of the evening sun. He's almost fully nude, aside from some linen wrappings around his pelvis, and a small orb about the size of a softball hovers nearby, giving off dim light.
Hello.
Hello?
Do you just...
Do you live out here?
Yes.
Interesting. All by yourself?
Yes, mostly. I mean, I have some visitors from time to time.
Have you seen a traveling salesman of sorts? He kind of collects rare items.
Oh, Flosham.
Yes, have you seen him recently?
I saw him... Must have been... Was it days? No. Weeks? Yes.
Weeks.
Yes. Weeks, some weeks ago. He stopped by, we had a conversation.
Passed by only once.
Yes, come to think of it, he usually returns in a couple of days or weeks. It's been longer than usual. Huh. Curious.
Oh, forgive us. And then I pull out my sword. We are the Mistwalkers.
Make an intimidation check.
Yeah.
Roll for cool.
Well, it's pretty cool. It's a 50.
Oh, that's not bad. He kind of sits up from where he's seated. Rad.
Too much?
Nice to meet you. I'm Isogel.
Is Isaga.
Isogel, yes.
He's a good.
Right.
He's a good.
So it's strange he hasn't come back this way. He always passes you twice.
Yes. Heads out to the ruins, heads back. Bit heavier pockets on the ride back, typically.
Yes. We've been tasked with finding him.
Oh,
The ruins are just up this way.
yes. A bit longer down the path. You'll probably find nightfall before you find the ruins. But I would imagine on the morrow you'd find yourselves there.
Can you tell us a safe place to stay for the night?
No,
All right.
Right.
Well,
sorry, there aren't many safe places out here. The ruins themselves can be, if you can find the right building to tuck inside, can be a little bit safer, but...
So, where do you stay?
Here, among the trees.
Right here, all the time.
Not right here all the time, no, but in this area. I do like the Everrain. It's a nice mist to go with the sun.
So, would you say that this place is relatively safe?
Relatively. I wouldn't sleep here. I don't sleep here. I'd get all wet.
Where do you sleep?
Also, don't touch those, by the way.
Touch what?
The trees or the waterfalls.
Why?
Or the enchantment will carry to yourself, and you'll find yourself falling upwards into the sky.
Oh.
And then falling downwards into the ground. It's a bad time.
Maybe start with that. I said, hey, how's it going? And you were like, it's dangerous.
I think what they're trying to get a hold of.
To be fair, you
is-
drew a sword at me and said a
It
cool
was,
name.
It was for show. I didn't point it at you. It was,
That's true,
trying
but you
something
drew
else.
it. It's, you know.
I think
You didn't flinch.
what
Oh.
my very nervous friends are trying to ascertain is, hey, could we like bunk with you for the night? We're not weird or creepy. I've just been noting all of like the weird areas around here, and we're looking for Flossom. We have no reason to harm you, and we hope you don't have any reason to harm us. We're just looking for somewhere chill for the night. That's okay?
Make a persuasion check.
Let's try.
The jail is available if you need it.
I'll put them all in prison. Federal prison. Electric jazz for each dice.
They would melt.
I know, that's the point. It's
Okay.
corporal punishment.
Or die.
What was it we saw? Was it potato?
Persuasion is a 14.
14. All right.
Wonderful.
Hi.
I hope you don't mind if it's a little bright, though.
Right.
Yes.
Like,
I don't mind.
You know, my friend Orbit here keeps me
oh,
bright.
Orbit?
Orbit, yes. He motions towards the little glowing orb.
I sleep with
It was
the
a
light
gift from Flosham, actually. The first time that we met.
that's actually okay with me.
He's a very kind
Yeah,
fellow.
I don't.
I don't mind.
I don't
Great.
mind at all.
So
on. So we'll just
we'll
just hang out here and
yeah.
figure out.
Perfect.
Can we keep our clothes on?
Sure.
Okay. Checking it.
Yes, that's fine.
I don't want to be rude.
So you say you're out here on a mission. He kind of like folds his legs to find Flosham.
We are.
Yes.
How long have you been out here?
Oh, 600-700 years. Something. It's been quite some time.
I just send a spirit whisper to Silas that's just like elves, right?
Elves, right.
You've been out here on your own all this time?
Yes, well, as I said, not fully on my own. Travelers pass
Well, yes,
through.
visitors and whatnot. I didn't know if you maybe lived somewhere else and then moved here.
Well, yes, I did live somewhere else long ago, but then I moved here because it became inhospitable for me.
Fix your
Honestly,
face.
same.
Where's that?
Have you ever heard of the Shadowfell?
No, I haven't. Have I? I haven't, right?
I don't think you have.
Okay.
Oh, well, it is a different plane of existence altogether. Silas, you start to kind of put together, this guy looks like this specific man doesn't look familiar, but he appears to be a Shadowkai, one of the Shadow Elves, which you met during your hellacious time after you left Demontleo. Yes, deep within the realm of shadows, where beasts lurk, longing to devour your flesh or cling to you for warmth or whatever it is that they want. Quite nice sometimes, not a lot of sunlight though. And then I was attacked by some asshole who bit me and started pouring some viscous fluid into my mouth, which I found out later was his own blood. Weird, didn't like it. And then suddenly it hurt to be in the dark. So I moved somewhere where the sun is out, most of the time, and kind of took my chances until I met Mr. Flosham, who was kind enough to gift me Orbit, and Orbit keeps me safe even in the night times.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yes. So, what are your life stories?
The whole thing?
Yes. Start from the beginning, each of you.
Well,
We'll start with you.
Oh, okay.
I had a delightful childhood with no challenges, and it was a great time.
That sounds
Just
nice.
like everyone else.
Make a deception check.
Can I send any spirit whispers back?
You can
You get
respond.
one response, yeah.
Fix your face.
Fix your face, he says.
I'm gonna stick my tongue out. 12.
Oh, I like trying to catch the droplets too.
No.
What was it?
12.
12? Oh, that sounds nice. So why did you become an adventurer if everything was going your way?
Man, it's just so boring for everything to be perfect all the time, right?
I agree. What about you? What's your deal?
Religious zealot, now translator slash, I guess, cartographer? I don't know what the people who make maps are.
Oh, cartographers.
Cartographer. There we go. I
Fascinating.
forgot.
Oh, you can add the Everrain to your map.
Oh no, I definitely already did.
Wonderful.
That was fast.
That's nice.
Well, you gotta just do it on the fly or else you lose them. I like to jot down a little picture and then like any notes I found. So I wrote down that to not touch the trees. But
That's gonna be useful for somebody later.
yeah.
What about you? You seemed eager.
Well, I'm actually trying to figure that out. I was taken from my family, who I was led to believe was dead, but turns out they went missing from here, but I thought they were from somewhere else, and I was left with a very rude couple, and then something about a debt happened, and then I was taken through mists to a place that doesn't exist on the map anymore, and then I came back with a carnival somehow, and worked for a while. We opened a tavern. It was torn apart by a magical earthquake from some, we still don't know who. And then we found a vault of dragons, and then we flew here.
Fascinating.
Yes.
That sounds very fun. Those mists, they'll get you. What about you? What's your deal?
Well, the mists got me.
Oh,
Made a deal to get out and to get my family out. Spent
made you deal with whom?
indeterminate amount of time in the hell you described. And now I sleep with the light on.
Oh, the shadows. Yes, it's quite dark. I also sleep with the lights on. Don't worry, Orbit here will keep us safe.
Yes, that's good. Does Orbit do anything other than brightness?
No, but he does do it in 2 modes.
Modes?
Yes. Currently he's on his daylight mode. Well, not daylight mode. He's on his it's daytime mode, which is mostly just dim light, and I keep him around because I like having him around. But at nighttime...
Cat EXE has stopped rolling.
But at nighttime, I like to put him in daylight mode, and he shines brightly like the sun to keep me warm and illuminated.
That's good. Well, you seem pretty chipper for someone who lives in a dangerous place.
Yes, well, when you've lived as long as I have, or half lived, you've got to be.
I'll shoot a look over at Alma. Well, yes, I guess we'll just wait for the other mode to come on and we'll set up camp.
Perfect. Shouldn't be too long now.
Right.
He leans back, and as you all just kind of chill and hang out for the day.
I spend a
Night.
lot of time rubbing my temples.
Night falls, and as it does, he leans in and kind of looks at all of you and whispers something to the orb, which then begins glowing as bright as daylight. And it's like the sun never set.
You could warn people next time. So
I
they
did
don't
warn you
stare
several
into
hours ago.
Orbit.
Yeah, it was the hours and all the names you listed.
Sorry.
I kind of forgot.
Time is weird for me. It's just kind of, skipping along.
Yes, it is.
Well, just the night, right? Do you guys need to do anything else? Or
No, I think that's about it.
I can go to sleep if you guys are planning on staying up later. Listen, I'm not a night owl human, and it's dark now, so. Are you
Don't worry.
guys-
I don't sleep, so I can keep watch over all of you while you do.
Does
You know what? I think you could use a friend for that time. So
Sure,
you
I
can
like
get
friends.
a full night of rest.
Oh,
We'll split up the watch.
I'll need to be woken up between a watch so I can take, the little swig. If I could.
Ah, night drinkers.
There it is. You got me.
Yeah, Cholula and I will make sure.
Yeah, just need half.
Aurora starts unrolling her bed
Nope.
mat and just.
It's fine. Yep.
Yeah, he goes.
So
Cholula first or second?
I'll go first, and then you, and then
You just wake me up, I'll take a swig and go back to sleep, and then I'll do the third. Does that make sense?
No.
One of you does a watch. One of you wakes me up just to take a swig of one of this guy, and then I'll go back to sleep, and then someone can wake me up for my watch.
Great. So we'll both wake you.
Yes.
You wake him,
Right.
and then wake me.
This doesn't... I will just refuse to do the watch on the first person who wakes me up, yes?
Right.
no, that was my plan. So I don't think we can both have the same plan.
We're not gonna wake you at all.
Yeah, I know that was the plan.
Great.
I agreed to this.
You wake Silas and also me.
Yes.
And then I will do a watch, and then I will wake Silas.
This must
But
bore
not
you
you.
to tears.
I'm only half listening, I've got to be honest.
Great.
What?
Sleep, 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 sleep.
Sleep.
Cholula, let me know if anything comes up.
For sure.
You all lay down and begin your rest as Cholula, you keep watch with this strange fellow known as Isagel. Make a perception check.
That's not one.
That one. You're very distracted because Isagel loves to talk. So I've noticed that you are the most honest among all of your friends. A lot of them lied to me earlier. What's
Right.
that about?
They worry about giving everything away because they've all had issues with people people pretending to be someone trustworthy and then turning out not to be. You understand?
I do understand, yes, particularly from those two. And he kind of motions over towards Silas and Alma's sleeping arrangements. Yes, they seem to have some deeply laden trust issues. One with the world at large, and the other with that one.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Family dynamics.
Oh, are they related?
Yes.
Ah, I see it. It's in the eyebrows.
The nose as well.
Yes. So you say you've got some missing family?
Yes. My entire family.
Oh, is that a lot?
Yes, there were 16 of them
Oh,
that I was led to believe were massacred, but apparently they just went missing from a place near southwest Cholula.
ah. Interesting. Do you know roundabouts where in that area?
It's the Duvet family. They went missing from something with a lot of iths in it.
Oh,
There was a
Carcathmith.
Yes.
Ah, yes. I've only spent a bit of time in that area. I've never been to Carcathmith myself. However, I did go to Cholula for a stint to check out this wizardry college known as Wiltbloom, because I thought maybe they would have some answers about my condition.
Yes, my
turns out
mother-
they don't know shit.
My mother was a professor there,
Oh,
and
interesting.
so was the person who reported my family missing. That's who I'm trying to find.
Ah, fascinating. I apologize for shit-talking them in front of you before
Oh,
knowing
it's
your
fine.
connections.
She was teaching some sort of culinary alchemy of some sort.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
So I don't think she would know anything about whatever your condition is.
Perhaps not. Well, that's the way that things go, isn't it?
I suppose so.
The rest of your watch passes with much more conversation, little of note. And it's time to wake up Silas for a drinky drink and Alma for watch.
Drink, drink.
Yep. And I'll drink
Watchy
half of it,
watch.
if I could.
What you want?
Okay.
Just
drink
kind
half
of
the
roll
potion,
out of my bedroll.
Go back to sleep. Good morning.
Oh, good
Evening.
Good
night.
Good
Hello.
evening.
So, looks like it's just the two of us now.
It really does, yeah.
So what's your deal? Like, really, though?
I love that this guy's been out here by himself for like 600 years, but he's caught up on the slang.
Trying to get that lukewarm goss.
Well, it's complicated.
Daddy issues tend to be that way. So I'm told. I never met my father.
You just say anything, huh?
Yes, I find that's the quickest way to get to the bottom of things, is if you just say whatever it is that's on your mind.
Great. You're not gonna let up, huh?
Well, I mean, we've got some time. I don't know why I looked at my wrist. There's nothing there. Bugs.
What's that? Not on my watch. What is that?
Okay, well, when I was little, mist came out of my father and sucked us all to some place that was a treasure trove of horrors, and then he disappeared
So
for
you have been to the
several years.
Shadowfell.
And I don't know what that is.
It's where the mists reside. It's where they do their hunting. Well, it's where they go when they've done their hunting. They
When
pull you
who?
in and they keep you there and they torment you and torture you and make your life a living hell. And sometimes, by the grace of the one who resides there, you can leave, and sometimes they decide that they want to keep you. You never know. Wretched place.
So they could attach to a person.
I've never heard of anything like that, but I assume that if they wanted to, they could. I've heard of some that travel freely, of their own volition, so latching on to a living organism is not outside the question.
Interesting.
Have I stumped you? That was quite a long pause.
Just taking it in.
Ah.
Okay. So they hunt. They're sentient. The mist itself.
If I told you I fully understood, I would be lying.
Okay.
But yes. The way that it was told to me when I was a child is that the mists were their own god, displaced, as were the others during the severance, and no longer able to fully express themselves upon the material plane where we find ourselves now. They had to resort to other tactics to do the things that they like to do. You know how it is with gods. They always pick one or two things and they're like, these are my things, and I'm only going to do these things. And the mists really, really like to torture people and make them feel bad, from what I've been told. So it wouldn't surprise me. So it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to latch themselves onto a person and, by that minimal attachment, do what they can, potentially finding other people who are perhaps too happy or their lives are going too well, and sucking them in and feeding on that happiness until it shrivels and becomes shit. You know, and then they, like, shit it out or whatever. I assume that's how it goes. Does this make sense? I'm postulating a lot.
Here's a directional shift. Let's say that somebody was being hunted in their sleep. By, not the mist, by a fae being.
Oh, that sounds rough.
And let's say that you felt like as a result you were dying.
Right.
Anything that can be done to stop that?
Well, you could try and protect yourself from good and evil on a regular basis, but that could get tiresome. I'd imagine the best way to do it would be to hunt down the fae creature and murder them or something to make it stop. or maybe talk to them and come to an understanding. As I said, I find one of the best ways of doing so is just laying out exactly what it is that's on your mind. That's what I would do.
Could you just, if you thought really hard about it, could you just summon one of these beings to talk to you?
Personally, no. I've met many wizards in my day and other gifted magic users who can bend the realms to their will in such a way and summon such creatures. Many of the druids that reside in these lands themselves summon fey creatures to do their bidding. Depending on how intense... Orbit, less crackling, more sunshine. I would imagine if it's a being that's pestering you like this, always finding you and torturing you and making you hurt like you're dying, they'd probably be outside the realm of summoning. But if I know fey creatures, and my heritage says that I should, I would guess they'd probably show up of their own accord, and all you'd need to do is initiate the conversation.
Thank you, that was useful.
Of course.
And I finish out my watch, trying to mostly focus for once on the voices I hear in my head.
Yeah, and it's hard because they're constantly being drowned out by the chattering and gabbing of this Shadowkai.
And then I'm going to wake Silas for his watch. And as I fall asleep, I'm going to just try and, with all of my psychic, which I have, just try and shit talk this fae and pick a fight. I'm trying to get this thing to talk to me.
Make a charisma saving throw.
Oh.
24.
24. All right.
Yeah, dude.
Good morning. Or it's evening or night. Yes, it's daylight.
Yes,
Thanks
it
to
is.
Warbot here.
Yeah,
Pats him.
You motioned to him, and I looked directly at him.
As he touched it, it's like boom, boom, like literally floating next to him. I had a lovely chat with your daughter while you were sleeping.
She wasn't too mean to you.
No, she's very insightful. She has a lot of questions.
She does, yes.
Yes. Thankfully, I'm very good at coming up with answers. Do you have any questions?
Yes. You've been around for a while. I'm sure
Quite
you've
some
seen
time.
Your share of families.
Yes.
Maybe you come across someone trying to make amends?
Oh, many times.
Any tips?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to make amends for. She told me about the whole mist thing.
She did.
Yes. I hope you don't mind. Don't take it out on her if it's...
No, it's good. No, I'm surprised she said anything.
Well, it would be easier to help if I could know a bit more what it is that you're looking for. Just whatever's on your mind. Spew it out. Like it's water from a hose. Hit me.
You're very inviting.
Well, thank you.
When I left, I wanted to be good. I thought I was doing something good when I left, and doesn't feel that way. I was made to forget it.
Right.
Them, even.
By this fey creature.
She told you a lot. That's good. Sort of. I don't know how long I have, to be truly honest, and I don't want to leave, that. I don't want to leave that as my legacy.
Interesting. I haven't thought much about a legacy when you have this unending half-life that you have sprawled out before you, no end in sight. You don't think much about what you're leaving behind when you're gone. It's more about what good you're doing while you're there.
Right, that's what I'm trying to keep in focus, I guess.
Right. Well, I'd recommend staying on that straight and narrow path towards doing all the good that you can in the eyes of others, in the eyes of her. And I don't have all of the information, but based on what you've told me, what I've heard, swallowed by the mists, made it out of the mists, made a deal, forgot. He pauses for a moment and looks pensively directly into Orbert in front of him before turning and just gently putting a hand on your shoulder and saying, "It's not your fault. Clearly, you're doing the best that you can, and you've had only good intentions in your mind from the start. When people are desperate, they do desperate things. Sounds like someone just took advantage of that. And I'm sorry, but it's not your fault."
Feels good to hear. Been training her in the sword. That one.
How's that going?
Shitty. Honestly, I haven't seen a fight enough to give a good enough pointers, but I think we're getting the basics down.
That's good. It's good to be able to defend yourself out here.
For sure.
Things definitely get a little wild.
Yeah, it feels good. The drinking, the bit earlier, was it's to ward off this fee. It's not pleasant as of late. I don't think I can hold up for much longer, honestly.
I see. Well,
you don't have to respond. I'm sure you've had enough talking this evening.
oh, I've never had enough talking. I could talk for ages. I have. And he continues, just kind of jabbering. The conversation from there takes several twists and turns and no longer becomes about anything that you care about.
Yeah. Just lineages.
Yeah.
Elven last names.
Stories of different travelers that he's come across. And your watch passes without much issue. Could I have everyone, except for Alma, please leave the table?
I had a bad feeling we were going this. I was like, I'll do it. Oh, I hope it doesn't work though.
I'm sorry I took my pre-pick early, because now I could have heard Silas' dad talk.
Welcome back to Let's Make a Deal.
Don't let this cat take my dice. She's so small.
I have no power over that creature. That's a monster.
Oh, should I just take her with me?
Yeah.
She's small. Come here, baby. I know. So bad. Okay.
In my dreams.
Alma, as you drift off to sleep, echoing this mantra, cursing the Fae, you find yourself gently drifting and landing in a familiar space. You see cracked, moldy walls that paint is constantly applied over the mold, but it always bleeds through. The wooden floors are crooked and loose in several areas. You know exactly which path you need to take so as not to fall halfway into a crawl space. It's your old house in de Montlieu. You're seated there on the floor of the living area, looking down at a small doll that you still carry with you. It's rough around the edges, frayed. And Genevieve enters the room, her typical dress, doing kind of like a flowing waltz before doing a little bit of a spin and looking down at you. And she speaks, but not in a voice that you recognize. Well, hello there. Seems you've been calling out to me.
Yeah, I have. I think there's a couple of things I'd like to discuss with you.
Well, she kind of fluffs her dress and has a seat. Let's have a discussion. And you notice how much larger than you Genevieve is, and kind of looking down, you realize that you are currently in child Alma's body,
Okay.
so to speak.
What is it that you want from Silas?
I want... Well... First I wanted his memories. And he promised them to me. I gave him what he wanted, which was that which could save you. And I did my part. I waited, planted the seeds. And eventually, you and your mother took the bait and ventured into the mists. So, I did my part, and I whispered, and I led you to safety, just like you wanted. But apparently that wasn't enough for him. So now I want more. What is it that you want?
I would like you to stop visiting him.
All right. Well, shall we make a deal then?
I'd like to know what you want.
Roll a d12. Reroll a 3. 5. In exchange for leaving your father alone, no longer visiting him in his dreams, all I ask is that you block that pesky light. And she looks off, kind of away from you to her right, and you see this bright golden glow. Not the same color being given off from Orbert, but this different kind of roiling bright light. If you block that pesky light for me, I'll leave your father alone.
What's the light?
Something bothersome. All I need is for you to stand in its way.
Can I figure out what it is? Is it a metaphor in my dream for something else?
Make either investigation or arcana check and let me know what you choose.
I'll go Arcana. 23.
23. It appears... This is a little...
Is this gonna get weird?
It's a little weird.
Okay.
You are aware currently that you are dreaming. Mm-hmm. Normally, having such a lucid dream wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Like, typically whenever you become aware of your dream state, it pulls a person out.
Mm-hmm.
You also have that kind of brief moment of lucidity where you could change things. You could alter it, but even in trying, there's no effect. It's like you're in a dream, but it's not yours. And because of that, there's this kind of illusory feeling to everything around you. So, on that 22, was it? 25?
23.
23. You get the sense, in this case, it must be a metaphor for something.
Okay. You'll leave Silas alone. You'll leave Cholula alone. And you'll leave Aurora alone.
In exchange for you blocking that pesky light.
What is the light?
It's something that bothers me.
Is it one of those 3 people?
No. I promise you, I will remain true to my word. I shall no longer torture your father nearer and nearer to death. I shall no longer dream of torturing your lovely friend, warm as her cuddles were in the night. And your new friend, I'll go nowhere near her. Do we have a deal?
Is the light... If I block this light, is somebody going to be hurt?
Not by me, not by your actions.
Is it something that I have to do when I leave here?
It's something you have to do now to make the deal. And you can see the light is shining brightly on both of you.
Does it have a
seems like
shape?
it is amorphous. You'd have to say spherical if you were going to akin it to a shape, but it is kind of roiling light of this red and yellow and gold. All I need you to do is block it right now, and we'll have a deal.
Am I allowed to counteroffer?
You can certainly try.
You will leave Silas and Cholula and Aurora alone. And when I come to pass, my soul is yours to do with what you want.
Is this in exchange for blocking the light?
Rather than blocking the light, you will receive eternal servitude in my afterlife.
If I leave your friends alone, and your father.
That means no visiting them in their dreams. That means no more taking away their life force. No more meddling.
And if I say no?
To my counteroffer?
Yes. What if I decide that we've got no deal, and instead, if you refuse to block the light, I'll give you the same treatment that I've been giving your father these past nights. And outside of that, since we've made no deal, he is still open to me. What would say you to that? And your friends, Cholula, Aurora, maybe I could visit their dreams too.
What if you don't have to wait that long to get that eternal servitude?
Oh, I am sure that I wouldn't. But what bothers me now isn't having someone to boss around. I've got plenty of those. Hang on. I need to look something up real quick.
I'm so afraid of you right now.
Where did you go? Here we are. Oh, between Aubergine and Wellington and Benedict, I've got plenty to do bidding for me. What's another servant on top of a mountain of servants? Right now, what's bothering me is that pesky light. So, what do you say? Do I leave you and your friends alone in exchange for you just walking across the room? Or do I continue to have free reign to do whatever I please?
Walk the light.
So, what does Alma do in this instance?
I snap my fingers and I cast darkness over the light.
You cast darkness. It enshrouds the light and grows and fills and expands and fills the entire room. Could I have everyone please re-enter the room?
I don't know what the audio was like for that.
Sounds like a greasy granny coming to
There goes that
clapping
old,
around.
that old greasy granny.
This means nothing to anyone watching. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Someday.
right, we're on a show.
You all awaken the next day, right? There was no watch from Aurora. You see Isabel standing there in his chipper self.
He's been standing this whole time?
No, he's been actually sitting. He's got like a nice
okay.
wooden chair, Adirondack chair. Oh, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi.
How did you all sleep?
Fine.
You look a bit pale. You all right?
Yeah, I don't get a lot of sunlight.
Oh, that's fair. Remind me what all your passive perceptions are.
Pee-pee.
17.
You want to know about my pee-pee?
12? You need mine?
Yes, please.
12.
12.
11.
16.
11, 16.
Damn.
17. Wow.
Okay. Nothing.
As Isabel says this, and kind of looks at you curiously, the two of you, Silas and Cholula, look over at Alma, and both of you instantly notice, even from this bright drift globe that lights the area, Alma has no shadow. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session. But before we go, we've got some dice to give away.
Cool.
Skip me, but let me know.
What? Oh, yeah,
Because
for
I
sure.
answered. I just want to know. Don't do
If
it
you
to
would have
me.
won.
I just want to know if I would have gotten
I
it.
can't just make some dice so I can buy some for my wife.
I will. I'm going to. It's just so cold outside, and they don't cure. It's cold outside, and I only have one mold
Make it-
because the molds don't cure when it's cold outside.
Make it work. I don't care how the weird sausage is made.
It won't be long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you to Ephern.
Jesus.
Get in the chat with Cat, C-A-T, all lowercase,
Yeah.
to enter for your chance to win the Fantasy Forge dice. In the meantime, huge thank you to Ephern for gifting a mystery sub. Congratulations to the Aratog on receiving a mystery gift sub, if you're still here. I think Zensei 101 cheered again. Maybe not. Maybe I backtracked. I think I did. Thanks to Friggenbotham for the 2 mystery gift subs. And congratulations to Young Space Animal and Lightning Wolf 777 on your gifted subs. And thank you so much to tonight's Mischief for the follow, as well as Bacon DT.
Welcome.
Thank you guys so much.
Lovely to have
We
you.
appreciate you. It is lovely to have you. And now, the winner of the Fantasy Forge dice giveaway of the special shapes is Black EXE! Congratulations to you, Black EXE. I think you won things in the past, so we should have your information on file. We will send those out at the end of the month. I'm so excited. They're so cool.
They're so cool.
The D4 is so nice. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I know we went a little bit late on this one, but I wanted to get to a good stopping point, and damn did we get to a good stopping point.
I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did.
Watch it.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in and for spending your Saturday night with us. We very much appreciate it. I know that there's nowhere that I would rather be than here at this table tormenting my friends.
I don't know what I did. I tried really hard not to do it though.
She drives a hard bargain. We'll see all of you next week for the continuation of this shit show to see what's going on. So stay tuned. Also, it should be worth noting that you guys level up to level 7.
Oh my goodness!
7.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you guys have been through some shit since you got to Mystanor.
I lost my shadow.
Things happened.
So we will roll for all of that biz off stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will see you next Saturday. But until then, stay safe out there, adventurers.
I'm
never gonna try that. They're just making fun of my laugh now. This is just
Okay, citizen, I am here.